I have hit the button that makes the stream start. Just checking a few things, and then I have to do, unfortunately, a mild amount of posting, and then I can actually start playing the video game. Won't be too long. What was I trying to? Slowly making my local stream setup more sane, but it still could use some work. So a part of making sure that my captions are currently recording for this stream and my local is recording is clearing out the old local stuff from the previous stream that I did in Windows, which is all uploaded now. It doesn't need to be here anymore. So I'm going to clean that up before I forget. They don't want to have multiple old files laying around that will confuse me as to what's important and what is not. Jesus. Mow, 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 mow. Don't you mow me. You'll make me lose my train of thought. How dare you? Jesus. Can't believe I'm getting this treatment. Scrumming will continue until morale improves. I did see that while I was typing, but I couldn't afford to acknowledge it while I was typing on account of the train of thought thing, but it's appreciated. Luna and I both appreciate it. Let me close this window, so I don't need to see myself twice on screen. Let me do this. Hi, Trumlane. I am going to be mildly distracted for one more second, and then I will actually be doing things on the stream. We get in a comfortable neutral position. Let me try again to get in a comfortable neutral position. I mentioned in one of the Linux streams, but having to have the webcam up to do the proper tracking, well, like very rewarding. Like I love having this kind of full range of motion model. It is a lot more like busy work during the stream to make sure that my model looks sensible, as opposed to the PNG tuber, which just works. It turns out because it's 4 fucking images. All right, let's control. Also, I have the cat ears. I think I had the cat ears. Did I get the cat ears last stream? I can't remember how long last control stream was or what was in it. I feel like I did this right at the end of last stream, but maybe that's not true. Oh god. I had to turn my volume down a little bit. At least on my end. If the volume is too loud on the streams, then I can also turn it down. Right, I forgot that I have combat just disabled. Alan Wake could never. Right, let's... I might also rewatch... Oh, I mean, I'm just in the right place. Okay, good. I couldn't remember if I'd left myself here or not. Am I done fighting? I'm done fighting. I was going to rewatch the cinematics just to refresh myself on them, because I didn't feel like I got... I need to rewatch them and have, like, I guess, the context they would expect you to have going in. Need is a strong word. I would like to. I'm doing alright. I've been fucking around in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, which I've opted not to stream because that game is just... The game just feels like it's kind of nothing, I guess is the nicest way I can put it. Like, I'm gonna play through it for completion's sake, but it doesn't seem worth doing. I guess why I bring it up is that's just a lot of what I was doing today was playing that and doing, like, various dabblings at creative pursuits. And it's been alright. It's been alright as it can be under... How do I get to the fucking... There we go. This screen. It's been alright as it can be under, I guess, current circumstances, is the way I kind of amend my answer to that question whenever it's asked. I think I had a multimedia for this. What? Oh no, there wouldn't have been one of these because of that session. Is there a hotline? Yes, let's watch both of you. I've already watched these, but we'll watch them again now to know stuff about stuff.
There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle, trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss. So it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away.
The dark place.
Because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man. A man desperate to escape. She sensed something else, too. A hunger in the dark. Not unlike the hostile resonance. Waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences. It was this, more than the man's despair, that made her follow the call. The elevator lights winked back on. The darkness receded like a memory. There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation Sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
I wonder what he's typing in that when they're filming these scenes. Like, is it just, you know, typing out template stuff by hand, or...
Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment. What he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay, violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC. Brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound. A resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
It continues to remind me a lot of just like late Antimemetics Division storytelling of like concepts of like a realm of just concepts, ideas, things like that that can pass through and become threats in the world and must be fought in ways that you wouldn't fight a physical threat. I guess it's not surprising that numerous people would rederive the same idea. That is just the essence of all storytelling. But it's just interesting that I had read all that stuff before I even touched this game, before I touched Alan Wake, which is playing in that same space. I'm not gonna check these out. I guess what I really wanted to watch is like the full cutscene that like starts the Alan Wake DLC stuff, which I have already seen and is already on a stream, but I didn't want to actually make an effort to rewatch it if I can't just find it in the game, and I think I will live if I don't rewatch it. But I'm curious if I would think anything different about it now as opposed to when I started. Wrong way. I have to remember how to control this game. It's been not like a long time, but just long enough that I'm a little bit like, I think I've already checked all this stuff thoroughly. I see. Having fun, bud? Emotional support, Muffin Bucket.
Creepy, damp, and abandoned.
I hate when it's damp.
Why did Wade
Damp
want
is
me to come here?
not one of my favorite nouns for things to be. Are you important? No. Right, those explode. I see. You look at everything, because you never know when you're going to get more useless currency. What collectible nonsense are you even trying to do in this game? I think it's still like loadout stuff I need. Quote unquote need, right? I guess most of the stuff I would want to do needs to be at a control point.
Doesn't look like a house shift. Do I even want to know?
This is ideal, really, as a cat. Just live in the boxes forever. Okay, I guess I should learn things about things. F. Oh, did I unlock? Still cannot do any of these. It just highlighted just to remind me, just to rub it in my face. I should just explicitly farm these materials at some point. I've just been putting it off because it seems like it's going to be boring. And I figure I'm just kind of hoping I will incidentally find these materials along the path of just progressing the remaining game stuff I have. Though I assume they are rare enough that isn't guaranteed really at this point. It's just meh. Oh, wrong gun. Okay.
Of course, the Hiss are already in here.
I have to take the circuits of my brain that have evolved to deal with the secrets in Alan Wake and how I guess the same studio in both cases, how that studio tended to hide them versus the secrets that I find in this game and how Remedy tends to hide them here and like what I should be looking for. In theory, the fact that it's, you know, Remedy in both cases would mean it's at least somewhat a similar philosophy, but I feel like they, given the abilities the player has in this game versus what you can do in Alan Wake, things still are a bit different. F. Unread. Wake Allen, I know that guy. Anderson Tor, Anderson Odin. Yes, I know these names. Wake, possibly deceased. It's complicated. And I guess possibly deceased is not in any sense wrong, that just because it is a statement that allows ambiguity or possibility. However, it's just funny to think of Alan Wake's situation. Currently in Night Springs, Arizona, at least in my understanding of him, until I finish American Nightmare, in which case he will go back, I assume, to the Dark Place. To wait patiently for Alan Wake 2. I guess to wait patiently for this, the thing I am playing right now, and then to wait patiently for Alan Wake 2. No, this way, right? I see.
Darkness is blocking the door. So now I have to deal with an interdimensional noise and sentient shadows.
I know how to handle this.
Sends it away, huh?
Emotional support floodlight. I do just like Jesse, like, especially being the young director at this point, just immediately like, okay, yes, I can figure out this shit. This is not like particularly dramatic or stressful to me upon all compared to all the things I've done recently. And just light works on it, great. Let's move forward. Let's move on. What's this way? Hey, it's mold. Right, it's F to drop those. I keep wanting to press throw instead. Oh, let me rephrase that. I don't want to press throw, I'm pressing the throw button instead of the drop button because I am using the wrong muscle memory. I don't know if popping these does anything, but those look like this special kind of mold I had to kill that one time, so I'm just gonna preemptively kill them. In case it's relevant to something. I think all that was in here was a collectible box, though, which, fine, sure. It was just, okay. I'm immune to mold, thankfully. No danger of coming in contact with the Scottish mold that makes you deranged. The mold that makes you into Scottish Andrew Tate, I think, is one of the many things I saw on the Hell site recently. Andrew Tate, but for wine moms. Yeah, man? F. I am so out on Wake Poison that when I saw the light highlighting that bit of ground, I was like, a manuscript page. I was like, wait, no, incorrect. I assume this will just open up in a second, but I'm just kind of looking around just in case.
The third thing. The sound made darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a
Ew.
worm through time.
Hot.
The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Phaeton.
F. Interesting. Oh. Okay. I have just now noticed the exit menu button.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away, figuratively and literally. In significant ways, we use as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know
I've heard of
for a
these.
fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art backed up, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall
Oh,
move closer to
right, I
and
didn't process the name at first. Of course, it's this fuck.
he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge.
I'm glad this motherfucker's dead.
I must be off on my rounds.
Just as windy in this game as in his original game. Right. I should listen to that I see. I guess they have bombardiers, I think is what they're called in Alan Wake. In this game too. Alright, I need, when I'm not being fought actively, I'll watch the hotline video of Wake and see what other stuff there is to be gleaned there. Alright, Whoops is still here. Okay. I think it's good these guys look like spacemen. Oh wait, I did want to see... No. I'm pressing F5 to get into that menu as if that's what works. Because again, Alan Wake poisoning. Not you. Well, yes you, because I want to check this off, but also you.
The resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating. Remolding.
Remolding, no.
And the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time.
Metal, but the materials might be too similar.
An Ouroboros. A spiral. A maelstrom.
Like a titanium alloy for use in combat.
Twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're a new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel.
Sure, man.
He was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden.
There was once. And then she left ordinary, and then stopped being that. Hey, I know that Finnish music. I'll deal with that later. Great. Many such cases. Okay, this explains the spaceman, I guess. They lined all spacefaring vessels with black rock? Hell yeah, dude. Great. Why don't they make the whole space shuttle out of the black rock? Also, I'm gonna do a quick reset of my tracking, I think. I've never had a really strongly settled opinion on whether they want to be zeroed such that when I look over to the game screen I'm looking off, or whether I want to have the screen I'm going to be staring at for the majority of the session be the one that's default. But I don't know. I'll keep playing with it and decide what looks best for the model performance. Okay. Space. Sure.
Reminder,
thank you.
All
Worked hard on
employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed.
That's entitled labor, personally.
Lives do not accumulate
They should.
overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
You should be paid for your commute, you should be paid for the office shifting out from under you, you should be paid overtime for any amount of time spent in our dimension. That's just, basic respect for workers. Yeah, this is from a... What does that look, Jesse? You all right there? I guess it's just the lipstick is reflecting weird, but it looked like she was just like scowling in a weird way. Yeah, in the game there, if you do like a certain like side quest, I guess is the best way to say it, with a bunch of the like waving cats, lucky cats, through doing a bunch of stuff, you get to a secret room, and once you go into the secret room, you get cat ears. Actually, here, tell you what, let me read this because it's here, and then I'll just go show it off because it's fun. Not the whole quest to unlock it, but I can just go to the room and look at that, if I can remember where it is. I don't like this guy. Alright, where's the nearest warp point from here, I guess? I need a lot more of those points. The question is, can I remember which one it is? I do want to show this room off because it's cool, but I need to remember which part. Oh yeah, it's somewhere in the collapse department, I'm pretty sure. So I think I can get it. I think I can get to it from here, because it was like its own like separate room, as I recall. And now you can get back there. You can always just take the cat ears off again. Probably that one. Yep, there you are. Wait until all the way in to get the full reveal. God, I forgot how many fucking doors there are to this one. Yep, levitation, late game. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily late game, at least mid game unlock. Oh, and I have the I guess missing secret sauce is that I have the energy recharge rate cranked way up because I turned on a bunch of the like assist functions because I didn't want to deal with combat ever. And as a result, I have this is the cat room. As a result, I can basically fly across any horizontal distance I want to. Oh, I was hoping she'd look up in a way that'd be better posed with this. I love the cat room. I want to go in the box. Why can't I go in the box? And yeah, you can't just swap the ears off. The ears are just here, and you can just swap them off whenever you want. Yeah, I think you need to find these ones, like these 8, I guess. You have to find through doing puzzles, basically, and then you're rewarded with being able to go here. It's fun. I'm glad they snuck that in. Oh, I can actually just death warp, can't I? Goodbye! It's too hard to walk all the way back. Oh, and then... Where was I again? This is one of the, I think I looked up the puzzle once I encountered it because I could not quite figure out the bits myself, but I hadn't heard about the reward at all, or if I had, I'd forgotten it. So it's pleasant surprise for me too, like getting to the secret cat room, being like, hell yes, I get cat ears. I think you to dash through that specifically. It's so weird. Right. Well, I did want to do those, but I also wanted to watch. Not that. Not this either, but this one.
The resonance carves.
Or did I watch? No, I did watch this one, didn't I?
Vibrating, remolding.
Can't remember.
The sound changes the darkness.
I mostly watched it all the way through, anyways.
They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're in new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel.
Sure, man.
The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden.
The little musical sting at the end of that audio recording feels like something I've heard in a different game soundtrack, but I'm not sure what I'm remembering. I also realize that it's not sufficient information to even ask the question, what is that from? But it's not important. Just one of the things, I guess, bumbling around in my brain from having played too many video games over several decades. Alright, what's my new homework?
Darkness everywhere. Hey, plants and hills have died standing up. Lighten them up.
Ah, more plants.
I'm so glad there's
Alright,
more of these side
Let's
quests.
go make some new friends.
Okay, let's do the mold one first, since that's the one that I picked last. Oh, I guess they're just in the world more anyways. Is there one that I can do just in the area I've already been to? Not you. I can at least start this one. I just wanted to get any stuff that's going to involve backtracking out of the way first, so I can then explore more into the world. I guess you can do these quests while they're not selective. It's just selected. It just makes it trickier to find them. Maybe you never fix that. I was wondering if I was assuming you'd fix that bit eventually, but the fact that it's on the map as that, maybe not. I guess it's also not that tricky to go back around. I assume I already passed one of the plants in question, but that's fine. Actually, is this a mold that I need to get while I'm here? No. This is just unrelated mold. This is just normal mold. Damn. Shine light on the plants. Oh, it's incredibly dark in here. Maybe I was just blinding myself with the light, or the lighting was fucking up in a different way. I don't want to deal with you assholes. I'm busy. Where'd my light go? Threw the guy over there. Hello. Oh no. I don't like the way this one's going. Okay. Sure, man. I guess there are worse things I could read in a pamphlet that says foot gossip. That is actually not as bad as I was fearing, but also I didn't need that particularly. Plan. Okay. It's terrifying. I didn't know if Tarantino wrote that or not. I guess my light is gone forever. I should find the plant, I suppose, and then I can worry about light. It's somewhere in here. I wish I had any insight as to where a plant was in here. It's possible I've already run past it. I don't think it's in here, but I feel like I should check just in case it is in here. Can I not pick... Are you the plant? You look like the plant, but I need a light. Alright, where was... Okay, so starting from this wall, so I don't lose where I'm trying to get to. There was a side room that had lights in it. It's already a very good chance I've just lost the room. Okay, here's light. It's a very good chance I can't successfully find my way back to this room. We'll see. Right, it was in here. Are you not the plant? Are you just an unrelated plant? Okay. Well, then I know nothing, I suppose. I do have a lamp again, which is an improvement, but... I feel like I've not gotten any better at the way this game does side quest. Okay, so it just takes it. Okay, I wish it had given better indication that was working. This I guess proves the point I was halfway through making when I succeeded there, which is that I feel like I just don't jive with the way this game expects you to like discover things. Like it uses a logic and like an approach that just like do not work with my brain. And I'm still like more enjoying the experience of playing this than not, but it just leads to a lot of moments of just like I don't know how I was supposed to know that was happening, or that was working, or that I was meant to do that in that way. Basically, it's good because I broadly enjoyed Alan Wake and like don't have that same problem as much of it. Like I mostly like I dislike the combat immensely in Alan Wake. It's frustrating in a lot of ways, but like besides that, I'm like broadly on board with like not only what those games are doing, but like how they're going about it. And I guess it makes me very curious, like with the data point of that, the data point of American Nightmare, which is again a nothing game as far as I'm concerned, and my experience of this, where I love the vibes, but like have a bunch of like one-off problems with like puzzles and stuff. I'm very curious if I get around to playing Alan Wake 2, how it is going to compare against those two data points, and where I'm going to land with it. It's like, would kind of like to at some point, just I don't know if I want to justify that spending right now. I'm more down on Tim Sweeney than I used to be, for political reasons, and I don't know if I want to send him money, but I don't know. At some point I could see playing it, and if I do play it, I'm curious what I will think, I guess is the end of that train of thought. I remember people being very positive on it, like from my memory of listening to chatter on social media about that game. Which doesn't, necessarily extrapolate into anything, because people feel all kinds of ways about all kinds of games, but I could see liking it. And I'm kind of curious, like, what... Cause I don't think if I learned anything about the plot of that game, I have since forgotten it. So I'm kind of curious, like, what happens in it, what they put in the video game, I guess. How it continues the bizarre story of one Alan Wake. I guess also before I get too far down that rabbit hole of thinking what is in that game's plot, I should finish this, which is also an Alan Wake game in a way. Okay, so I've located 2 plants. We are still just not succeeding on the third plant. Third plant not discovered. Also, I think I need some water. Been talking too long this stream already. One of my, like, in the mental queue of projects I have, like, not really as formal as that implies, but just bouncing around my head. One of the things, like, way down at the bottom of, like, if I have a lot of time and spoons suddenly, I might do this, is, like, going back and cleaning up the auto captions for my streams. And also going back and, recording and or just making from whole cloth captions for the 2 Linux streams I've done under this new series that don't have captions because I didn't put the thing that does that on correctly. I don't expect I'll ever like get around to that because it's just a bunch of work that's going to be very boring, and I have significantly more free time and less spoons than that would like take from me. But it is possible I will get to it eventually. I'm definitely at least gonna keep the auto captioner on more often. On Windows already it's working, and when I go back to Linux for the next Linux stream, it should be on. Which, gives me at least most of the results there, and make sure that I don't cause more of that problem for myself. Like, I know I'm just going in circles here, not finding anything. I'm just trying to think of, like, what I even haven't checked yet. Oh, literally right here, I guess. Alright, well, maybe I have learned something about the way this game expects you to solve puzzles and side quests after all. Sorry to just fucking pogo jump on that guy's body every time I come up here, but it's just in the convenient spot to leave this room, so. Just giving that man the fucking green boots treatment. Sorry, I'm just stretching a bit. Okay. I think I might be like slowly warming to the way this game does things, though. Like over time, as I don't know, learn to do what it wants from me. I know while I was like coming around to, or getting around to saying that, I was thinking in my head of Morrowind. I don't know particularly why. Maybe because Oblivion's so much in discourse right now for reasons. It's thinking about that, how like engaging with that game requires like shifting your brain a bit if you're, you know, my era of like raised on waypoints, raised on pointing you directly to the objective type game. You have to kind of like slow down and just, you know, find shit in the world, find your own fun, like walk across the map instead of fast traveling, etc., etc. And maybe I'm remembering more of how to do that kind of shit. I should unlock this while I'm here. I played Morrowind for the first time a few years back, and I did mod the shit out of it to take a bunch of the like rough edges off, which I have kind of been bullish on telling people to do when people talk about that game, because I don't agree with the school of thought of, if you're going to play Morrowind, don't play any mods, just play it, you know, play it straight, which I've seen a lot of people recommend online, which I just don't agree with, but when I did do those things, I did have a good time with it. And sometimes I think about going back and playing it again. I think I still have, like, I think when I finished playing it, I got, like, one of the, or the way I played it was getting, like, ripping the actual, like, raw game out of the Bethesda installer. So I just, like, have all the files for that game, like, on my file server somewhere with all the mods and everything. So I could just jump back into that whenever I want. I think I actually might have been deranged enough to make a Git repo to put all that configuration into, because I'm an insane kind of person. So that's just there, if I ever want to do that. I don't think I'll ever make it to a stream, because for one thing, I like having body mods, and those were always at least mildly pornographic, if not very, in my experience. And also because even if it's not, you know, a new game, I would feel, and, you know, not developed originally by Microsoft, I would feel strange about playing that game in the current climate. So if I dabble back into that, it will be a thing I just, you know, social media post about, if anything.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance. Even fingerprint powder on the front
Jeez.
desk. Results are varying at best. But mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed door.
This rolls.
I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but
I think it's good when hotels bully federal agents.
I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything.
That's the stance of this stream.
Listen with me. Whoever they are, I think. Wait. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck. Cooperate.
Fiber optic fuck.
Okay. There we go.
Gonna start using that in other sense.
Alright. That was faint, but I did.
I think I need to reset my streaming stuff again. I'm looking down when I'm in a neutral position. I should be looking further up.
The recording better work this time, or I swear to God, I'll... What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
I love how long this one is, too. This might be my favorite recording. Is that it? Is it finally over? Or... Okay. I thought it was continuing for a bit, but even cutting off there, it's still, I think, very long and my favorite. Right. Resetting my tracking. Where is... I have 3 monitors, and that's not enough for all the windows I need open at all times. You. Is it like... Big stretch. That, I think. Yeah, that should work. Oh, I need to get my thing back, and there's 2 more plants to be found here. Good, I've recovered my train of thought from before that video played. Where is my lamp? Can I drop it around here somewhere? I might have to go find another one by the door, hopefully. I'm guessing this would load back into the areas, what I can also do. Or here. Having a multiple mark recall was one of the things I modded into Morrowind when I played it. Mostly so I could always go to the guy who took your goods at absurd prices, Creeper. I think it's Creeper. It's been a minute. The guy, one of the 2 merchants everyone that plays Morrowind knows about to sell things at high prices. But a fucking mud crab is the good one, the best one, right? God, that game's good. Morrowind's a good game. Endorsement. Hold, right? I have this on. No. This on? Yes. Okay. Is there another place I need a cube? I think there is another place somewhere out here. So I remember continually thinking there's a place I need to put a cube eventually, and yep, literally right there. Okay. Can I not take... Interesting. So where do I get a cube for this? I keep looking at that trash can thinking it is a plant, because it has the same shape as a planter, but no. So that's... Okay, you are the only one I've found so far. Great. I guess I should check this long corridor here to see if anything's in it, but I'm not too hopeful. Because this is technically counted as part of the operations corridor, I think, but I'm just not... This doesn't seem like a place you would put a plant. Yeah, okay. Point proven, I guess. I think I do got a Dwarf Fortress, one of the Linux streams, possibly the next one. So I've been having a hankering for that game. It's hard to get into because it's such an effective, like, balm on the way my ADHD to brain works that I get like too into it and sink just like a dangerous amount of time into like building bases of like complicated, like, okay, this is the overall structure of the base, so I need to designate all this stuff to be dug out, and then I need to order all this to be repaved, and then I need to order this to be carved, and then I need to design like a power engine system going off the river, and I need to prepare an army, and I need to, like, just so many layers of things that like from the jump I'm thinking about when I play that game, because it is such a complicated game with so much stuff that you want to do if you know. I guess I was about to say if you're a good player at it or an advanced player, but I feel like even that judgment is not necessary for the opinion. Like, if you've played Dwarf Fortress enough to have strong opinions about how a fortress should be built, which correlates to playing the game a lot, but does not, have an hour requirement, then you end up being this kind of person, in my experience, where you just, like, start a new game and it's like, okay, here are all the plans I need to do. Here are all the things that must be done, because otherwise the base isn't correct. And like it's compelling to do that to me, but it also is kind of daunting sometimes. I'm just like, do I really want to like do that again? And I have old bases I could go back to even, which is something I've also considered doing. Like just like finding old forts that like I lost to frame rate issues and seeing if I can save them. Like I could do that, but I'm not sure that appeals as much. Because I want to say it's possible I've lost some of the saves, but I'm reasonably confident I have all of the files for all of the Dwarf Fortress saves I've done since at least the Steam version, and possibly even some older ones. Though I haven't like really messed with restoring those or like, I don't know, figuring out the best like sensible way to just keep them all in the same place at the same time, because like scattered across in multiple folders and like different computers like storage systems is not an ideal like save file solution, especially if I want to regularly be able to revisit my saves, which I in theory want to do. Like it could be done better, and maybe at some point I'll find the energy to fix that up, or just pick some saves up to be like, hey, here's this old Dwarf Fortress fort I had a couple years back and posted about in co-host at one time and, like, shared stuff from. I am so curious where these other plants are and why I haven't managed to find them yet. It probably isn't helping that I'm just talking a bunch about Dwarf Fortress instead of, like, using all of my brain to find it, but I also don't know what part of the map I need to be on. Also, my throat is parched again. This must be relevant to something. I'm just really curious what it could be relevant to. And also where the cube comes from that Trisha decided to walk past the camera. I'm curious where the cube is that lets you turn that thing on. I think I might just head up to the other place and worry about this later. Goodbye, lamp.
I don't feel right. Something in this darkness is draining me.
Interesting. More light mechanics. Fascinating. I see you. Oh, right. I guess it's... Well, I guess we'll see. It would not surprise me if a new power is buried in this DLC somewhere, because that has been the pattern. Maybe something to do with light and dark or power cubes.
What is that?
That seems fine. That seems fine.
So you don't like the light. I can use that.
Don't mind me, just gotta read some lore. Can you wait a second while I look at this pamphlet? Okay, so it's just gonna give me... Oh, I see. No, come on. Out. Thank you. There's somewhere... I don't like it. I'm taking my emotional support 3 power cubes if I can get them out of here. Damn. Getting more Alan Wake writing, I see. Really don't like the sounds that makes. There you are. I was pretty sure I saw a lore here. My eyes were not succeeding in processing it. Class 2 paracriminal. Hell yes. It's the one prison I'm for. Prisons for Dr. Hartman specifically. Released, I dislike. I'm less happy with this. Medical license revoked, I'm happy with, though. That's good and just. There you go. There. I'm once again repositioning myself in my chair. I just get sorer and sorer during these streams now. Bye. Okay. I guess this is where I get all my power cubes now, as the answer to my earlier question. Take more breaks to do big shots? Yeah, probably. I could stand some reminders generally to do that. I think both finding the... You know, it's been an hour. Let me just do it now. I'm bad at doing this because the way my brain works, so remarks appreciated. I used to have Nightbot app to do this, and now I'll set it up again. But let me go get 2 more power cubes and pose Jesse somewhere, and then I will step away. But I'm at least assuming there's just always power cubes in here now. I guess so. Yeah, there we go. I wasn't sure how much of this room was like fake, I guess, for the purposes of the quote-unquote boss fight. But oh, I can't turn around with the cubes. Well, all right, I'll be right back. Yes, in every possible way. And this one, and be right back. Okay. Well, almost okay. I'm gonna have some water too, but I am back at my desk. Seen I got something in my eye also on the way back. Wouldn't recommend. Okay. It seems like it's working, and okay. Just double check the captions out of rampant paranoia, honestly. Should move, hon. I still don't actually know what putting this in or plugging this in achieves. Besides, I did it. Or was that just like there before, and that's where I got it for that? Okay, that probably is what it was. Is it was just where I got that cube from in the first place, and I just immediately forgot. Well, maybe I don't actually understand the puzzles of this game that well when I've just generated one out of whole cloth that wasn't there. Whoops. Oh, and I need to do this. Okay. Still so curious what plans I've missed in that previous corridor, which is, I guess, part of the reason I thought there was a puzzle there, because I still just don't know where those other ones are. Am I actually go into the elevator now? Probably.
Investigations.
Jesus, don't scare me like that. Stop.
If you're talking right now, I can't hear you. It's a one-way system. Try to find an intercom.
Convenient.
Langston, it's me, Jesse.
I know. I can see you on the monitors. The cameras in there haven't worked since we sealed that sector off a couple years back.
Let me guess. You sealed it because of the monster guy.
Wait, did you see Dr. Hartman?
Sure did.
Jesus, I really wish you hadn't opened that fire break. Okay, listen, you need to find Hartman and kill him before he gets out into the Bureau.
On it.
That thing is a person?
He was a person. We brought him here to study after he was, altered.
I'm so excited to have a mandate to kill Hartman.
But now light physically hurts him. Do you have a flashlight?
No.
A lantern? Headlamp. Oh, yeah, flare gun. Oh, Christmas lights. You could wrap them around your...
I don't have any of those.
I'm not gonna do that.
Shit. Okay, well, I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll keep an eye on you from the Panopticon. This is kind of exciting, right?
Maybe from where you're standing.
Right, okay. Well, break a leg. Oh, why did I say that?
Okay, this Hartman thing can't have gotten very far. Let's go flush him out.
I'll let her finish
That's
talking, and then I'll finish the
right.
thought.
This is kind of
It's just
exciting.
nice to have someone to talk.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it, actually. What was I trying to say about plot and something? No, never mind. I've lost the thought. I had like half a thought that I wanted to finish, and now I've lost it. I have received too much more from the game.
Different. Like I'm crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the altered items like I do, you know?
Oh, it was killing Barry at the end of the
Right,
Control
but it does
DLC for Alan
take
Wake
a
1
very
was
empathetic
fun and
mind to
good,
connect
and it made
with
me
these
happy.
items.
Doesn't
Still, I
want to
don't know why
brag.
people are making it so personal.
Right.
I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but
A little bit.
he's weird. It's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves, like it's a race and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone.
Really on this, aren't
He
you?
was Trench's golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind.
Yeah?
Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's
Of course,
just gonna talk forever,
can't always
isn't
make
he?
it home for mealtime, so I have my neighbor.
I'm gonna keep listening as long as there's dialogue,
I'm
man.
not back yet. She's very nice. Her name is Maria. She's older. She came to New York in the 50s to attend school and has been here ever since. She has a couple of kids. I met them at Thanksgiving. Big family. Very nice people. Anyway, she has a key to my apartment and she gives Alfred his dinner if I'm not home. I'm gonna have to buy her a nice fruit arrangement as a thank you after this. I'm missing a lot of Alfred's meal times. She's probably gonna have to go to the store for more wet food. I'll have to remember to pay her back. Hold on, let me make a note. Pay back Maria for Alfred's food. Okay. Oh, one more thing. And buy her a fruit arrangement. All right, done. Are you a cat person? I don't
Yes.
think I ever asked. You seem like one, though.
Is it the
You
ears?
Like Alfred, he's very proper. Really carries himself well, you know? I named him after my favorite poet. Felt like a good fit. I got Alfred just before Sylvia died when I was at the... You know, I don't really remember where I got Alfred from. But, boy, those two did not get along. Oh, no. Sylvia thought she owned the place. Didn't like me getting in her way, scratched me more than once when I was just trying to move her food bowl. That cat was a real asshole.
Wow.
I realize now that language was not entirely, professional. You see, Sylvia didn't tolerate most people, or animals, or anything. And that's what I meant when I said asshole. I would never use that word about a person. It was
I
just,
would.
you know, hey, there's a light flashing on the console here. I gotta, check this out. I'll get back to you later.
Real smooth, Langston.
That was worth listening to all the way to the end. Okay, so there's different areas here, I see. I guess that's what active investigations would be, is we have all these active areas, like sections of towns we've sealed off because we have a preposterous amount of space in the Bureau. And we're just gonna go look at them and figure out what's going on in there. We've got Dr. Hartman in a box, we're gonna fucking poke him and see what happens. Which again, justified. Fair treatment of that piece of shit. That real asshole. I look forward to killing this doctor. This quote-unquote doctor. had to listen to that man talk multiple times to get through that gate, to get all the collectibles. I had to play that level like 2 or 3 times. I had to listen to that man just talk for fucking ages. It's fresh in my mind. So we need to like align this thing to get through it like last time. I'm curious what form of light I'm going to get, because it feels like the game is going to give me one as a plot event at some point in this DLC. Seems like the kind of thing they'd do. Like, I guess they could just give me a straight-up flashlight. I would not be, like, that disappointed. But I'm curious if they'll, like, make the service weapon have a light mode or something. Interesting. Where's the nearest light source? Let me rephrase that. Where's the nearest light source I can pick up? And does this count as light? Not that. Does this count as light? I figured, but I thought it was worth trying. Nope. Move. Thank you. I guess it would also be really funny if they just commit to like, no, you just have to fucking find one and bring it to the darkness every time. Like, not even like, and later you get an upgrade that makes it just a thing you have with you. No, you gotta do it every time. Fuck you. There's a control panel that I just walked by. You're not a control panel, but I do want to open you.
This is the director. I need backup at my location.
Welcome back.
Let's put him down!
Oh, this is a new one, I see. I had somehow thought I'd gone back to the previous turntable room. That still isn't an answer for me where I'm trying to go from here, but I at least understand the room I'm in now, which is an improvement. Listen, I may have had a decent amount of catnip before the stream started. These things happen sometimes. Not this, though. This one? No, this is also just nothing. No, I should have got into this room. I guess I should... I guess it wouldn't really help, would it? Is it just up there? I've just been walking right past it. Oh, not up here, but up. There's nothing there. I'm gonna finish my soda. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm sorry for whatever my mom did while I was finishing that soda. It's over now. Damn, did not land in the basket that time. So I'm getting distracted by computer briefly, and I'll be pointed the correct direction in a second. Okay. Back to being lost in this room. Oh, it was up there. That's what I was missing. I see. I understand. In my defense, cats don't look up. It's like, we're like dogs in that way. Damn. I would hate it if TSA scanning took part of my brain. It just takes part of my sanity, which is arguably the same, but it's somewhat different. Okay, let me look at the mission screen for a second. I wish you could see on this screen, like, where the places are that it wants you to go, so I can see what the overlaps are between all this shit. That's back there, and then that location to the east I haven't been to yet. I don't know why I'm saying east. Right side of the screen. Which could be east, for all I know, but I can't prove it's east. Then this one's to that west area, to a place I'm about to go to. And then that. And I assume... Oh, this one I was just looking at, I think. Okay, so they both have one there. Neat. And then go... Well, I guess I'll put this on for now. I guess I was about to say, like, I'm just, you know, gonna stumble across these through doing the DLC, but... I suppose I'm... Oh, darkness, I see. I suppose I'm mildly worried I will miss things, or just not be looking for it and have to double back when I don't want to.
Alright, Ahti. Was this what you had in mind?
This is, I guess, the objective quest wanter burned into my brain. Just like, I want to have all this stuff on screen so I don't miss it. I don't enjoy navigating through the oldest house enough to, like, want to have a second trip through if I can avoid it. Just did that. Now to the next area, and is there plants here? No. Let's leave this on now. I found the mold. I've also destroyed another lantern. Oh, I think when I picked up the quest, I had already done one of the mold rooms. Because I stumbled into it and just shot... I correctly predicted I would have to do that later. That or this is that. I'm doing it for the second time, but I honestly... No, this is a new room. I've not been over here before. I've not done this one yet. I did just correctly predict it. I feel clever. I would also love to see the last mold I've missed in this room. There you are. But all you have is a 3-shot grenade launcher hand cannon. Everything looks like a thing that needs a 3-shot grenade launcher hand cannon shooting at it. There we go. I got there.
Christ.
Jesus.
Hartman thing do all this?
Just takes the skin off every time? That's awful. There's a puzzle here that I'm trying to understand. I seem to eventually solve it with just application of sufficient cube, but what if in the meantime I'd fucked around a bit and learned things? Yeah, because these... Okay, so I have 2 to play with. That room has 4. This is just a room that requires 4 that is just treats, which I do love treats, but I don't need to do that. Or at least don't need to do it first. This one's 2, so I should do this one first. I assume I open... Oh, I guess it just stays open. That's 1. Okay. Oh, this... Oh, it's not even... I have overestimated the puzzle. It's not even that you have to, like, pick the right order, it seems like, because that just stays open, but... Whatever. Overthinking the puzzle is not... Nope, come back here. Nope. Stay there. You come over here. Nope. There. What was I saying? I just find it funny that I keep missing puzzles in some ways in this game, and then just, or I guess establishing puzzles where there aren't puzzles, struggling with things that feel like they shouldn't be that hard, and then in other cases, just radically overthinking what the game wants me to do in a given circumstance. This game is full of contrasts. Nope, come bad over here. So now we do this one. Oh, they're also color coded too. Jesus. Listen, I just wanted to try to do a puzzle. The game is just like, why did you try to do this? You should have just thrown cubes at colors. Do I not have 4? I thought I had 4. I'm gonna do this one first? Okay. Nope. Nope. Yes. Right. Oh, yeah, orange versus red. Okay. Personally, I would have chosen colors that don't overlap that much, but it's not that big a deal. Oh, that's that. Okay. It's falling the wrong end. I really do need to set some time to mess with my noise suppression stuff more and see if I can get better functionality on that. It's also one of the Linux versus Windows things I kind of need to sort out, because I have like dedicated plugins to do noise suppression, like not just noise suppression, but like FX Elements, like filtering stuff that I paid for at one point and just have, that I could in theory run and have run in the past to get like better noise stuff. And I could mess with that on these Windows streams, and probably should, but also I need to find out how to run them on the Linux side of things if I want that eventually. Because I would like to have that eventually. I would like to have, you know, consistently clear sounding audio that doesn't pick up a bunch of my goddamn keyboard noise as a long-term goal. So I just had water, and then I talked a bit, and now I need water again, but my throat is still so scratchy. Ah. Yellow.
Reminder, the law of 3 also applies to all faucets within the old house. Be mindful and don't cause any aquatic misconduct. Thank you for your attention.
Aquatic misconduct is a good phrase. I'm also just... That's a good example of just, like, giving me just enough detail that I'm going, what the fuck does that mean? But in a, like, delighted way. Like, do you turn the faucet on 3 times and it teleports you? Do you need to turn the faucet on 3 times for the water to work? If you do the faucet 3 times, does it send the water somewhere else? Like, all of these are plausible answers to what that means. And the game is not going to tell me. And that's fine. That's good, even. I would not work for the oldest house. It seems like it would be an infuriating experience. I think I previously said I'd be too autistic for that, but I think I also have other issues with it. train.
Lots of dark corners to hide in. Okay, let's get the lights on and clear him out.
Alright, not the time, not the time. Ah! No thank you. Oh, he just murders you. Or tries to. I would prefer not to, thank you. Already hit that one? Okay, I don't... This is not related to the puzzle. Okay, so I tried to push that one. Did I just have to wait? Was I ahead of it? I don't quite understand the train thing I'm doing with the train. Like, I'm hitting buttons and I'm progressing, but...
Where's it running off to now? All aboard?
Yes, I will do that, but let me look around this room first. Actually, here, I can activate it. But I do want to actually explore this room a little bit first. Fascinated by how pixely they look from the side. I'm not sure what that's a consequence of. Probably one of the low-level graphics things I have on, or the DOSS stuff. Oh. Jesus. It's that one agent from Alan Wake that I've forgotten the name of, Nightingale? No, that name is too long or too short for that to work. Seems like a different piece of shit, at least, or a similar piece of shit, even if it's not the same person. Oh, am I right? Okay. I love when I'm right. Yeah, which one of these I even care about anymore, besides probably most... I do not care about most of them. There. You're nothing. Never mind. I need to do darkness burning here, maybe? Or one of my several active side quests. Which is part of the reason I wanted to look around a bit. Yeah, okay. Where do you want me to go? I was right, isn't here? Is the darkness just not actually real? Or is it in whatever the train wants me to do? Not sure where else I would look for this, besides over here where the plot is, but that looks like it's a different section of the map. Whatever, okay. Train. Train time. Now train time now. What does train have for me?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
Sweet.
Please have your tickets ready.
I've always wanted to
and
visit
enjoy
Chicago.
the ride.
Oh.
Well, that was chaotic.
I wasn't
like he was
done.
trying to tell me something.
I didn't mean to leave. I thought that was something else. I didn't realize that was the door.
Make sense of it.
It didn't look like a door. It looked like a little like radio or something.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I already did that
and
part.
Welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Please your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
I could go for some jazz too.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please. Tickets. Oh my God! Fire! Fire! Everyone, stay in your seats. In your seats. Nothing to stir. Sit down. Everyone, hold on.
A hammer is menacing. I see. Yeah, I guess I should also equip this quest from doing it. It may not, it's probably not necessary, but maybe it'll help direct me correctly for... Connect with the train. Sure, man.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton,
Good
Carlinville.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
Is this connecting with the train? Am I connected with the train yet?
Enjoy the ride.
Why train crash? So why can I... That's just there for scenery?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
Good evening,
Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Next stop, Alton, Collinsville.
Is there another thing I can do here that I'm just missing? It sounds like you just listened to all these things of the train crashing, and that's it. But there must be something else you're meant to do. And I did cut Jesse off saying something, but I'm not sure what, if anything, it was meant to teach me. Well, I guess I can do the Hartman thing and then come back. I see.
Need to get those lights on. We need another power core.
No shit, Jesse. That much I could have figured out on my own. Well, I have one power cube of the 4 I need. I have a large, scary room with a large, scary man in it. No, this we can't be activated at all until you get all of them. Where am I meant to be going? I'm just presuming there's more cubes in here, but it's a bit hard to look on account of all the darkness. I would prefer if you didn't do that, thanks. I can't leave anymore, so I must be doing something in this room specifically. So one around here that I miss? I hate you. Okay, you can't remove him even, so I must not... Where? I would love to have a pointer in the completely featureless sepia-toned room to know where I'm supposed to be going. Like, where I'm supposed to find another cube. Okay, is it just unlocking one of those 4 corner pillars at a time? So that's obnoxious as fuck. Okay, it's burning away, it just takes a second, I guess. Oh, I need to finish blowing these guys up and then it activates. Okay, that just didn't look like it could be destroyed by shooting it, but okay. Hope it hurts, fucker. Now what? I think it's good for like the story of the game and like the scale of the game to have these like ginormous empty rooms that just like whole trains are moved through or whatever. But as a player, they're really annoying to navigate. Especially when I'm trying to like this is not even complaining about the you know boss fight per se, though that was annoying, but more that like okay, is anything here important from a collectibles point of view, or like having to like do side stuff, or is this just effectively the same as a large gray featureless cube, but big? Also, can I open this up now that I'm on the other side of it? I think like the original one in the base game was kind of helped more in that it was, you know, ordinary, that it was like a distinct like place you went to once, and that like was kind of paired with the revelation of like, oh, they packed up Jesse's whole town basically and put it in this room. Here, like it's a bit that loses its character on repeat, especially if it's repeated twice, which it appears to be here. I'm gonna go back and think about the train some, I guess. So let's see. there, and you're over there, and then, okay, so it must be darkness. Darkness and wherever the train thing is. Okay, I might have to take a bio break in a second. I think I'm going to at least go back over to the side area on the west and try to solve it a bit longer. Either the train or the wherever the darkness is in there, or both. And after I try it for a little bit longer, if I can't figure it out, I will just move on to the east area and worry about that side stuff later. Also taking one more look around here to see if there's a way to open up that passage. It's possible you can't, but it seems like it'd be a huge waste to not have this be a shortcut back once you've gotten... Oh, unless it just opened now while I was complaining. I missed when it opened. Well, problem solved, I guess. But I am going to get back over to Eagle Limited. Oh no, how... Oh, did I go all the way around? Okay, so I actually would want to flip this to get to the west side faster, which maybe I do want to do. Because maybe if I bring the train back over here, it will do something different, and that's how you solve that. I need to, A, not get stuck on this pole, and B, figure out how to activate this, though. Oh, no. They gotta stop putting these in places that look like they're a switch for a thing I'm trying to do. Like, you're getting excited for the box of garbage that has nothing valuable in it, ever. I do want to park myself in this side area before I step away, though. Oh, right, there was... No, I got that one. Okay. Right, because I got this part of the puzzle. Nope. Yes. I guess I could have fast traveled. In fact, I am going to fast travel from here. Right, I keep forgetting that's literally... I keep seeing the 2 and thinking, oh, that's 2 abilities I can unlock, and it's no, that is 2 points, which is not enough for anything I can unlock. Which is fine, like, I don't need upgrades at this point. It's just, you know, my inherent, like, completionism of just like, oh, I want to... There's a thing that I could fully complete, and therefore I want to, if it has, like, no bearing on my gameplay at this point. And the fact that they keep trickling me ability points to the point where I can almost just complete the whole ability tree is making the sensation worse. Okay, let's park right here. I'll be right back. Oh, wow. I got a little plate of cookies while I was up. The other thing is, I had a thought going back and looking at the chat, or I guess sitting back down and looking at the chat that was already on the screen. I guess one thing like kind of like complicated this is like it's not even just like collectibles for collectibles' sake in Control, though I do want them for the sake of completionism, but also that because the writing in this game is so good. Oh, well, here's the darkness, I guess. Because the writing in this game is so good, I want literally every piece of lore that they give me, because it's almost always a very entertaining read. So, like, there's that complication as well. I'm just like, yes, I want to see if there's a pamphlet tucked in the corner of this giant room, because if there is, it probably says something that'll make me happy to read. Mantling is fake and not my friend. Okay, something I hear besides a lantern. I was gonna test something real quick. I know the typing is caught on the mic, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm tempted to turn on HDR there, but I have no confidence in my HDR setup with this computer. I don't know what will happen. I'm afraid of what will happen. Trying to make it like any easier to see where the fuck this last bit of darkness is in this fucking enormous dark room. I'm glad it makes a noise. It helps. Right, what's up with this goddamn train? What does it signify that two of these are not on tables of flights, or does it signify nothing? I don't know if I'm yet again reading something that doesn't exist into the puzzle, but...
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
Good evening,
Please
all
have
you
your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's
I thought for a second there was a connection between leaving the train and an enemy being there, but I guess that was just a coincidence. I don't understand what is up with the train, or how to do anything with it. Also, I've been given more enemies for my trouble, I guess. Where on Earth north is the remaining enemy or enemies. I'm trying to do the connect with the train, but I don't know what I'm meant to do to connect with the train. Because all it seems like I'm able to do is hear a bunch of audio tapes and then leave the train. I could imagine it's possible I just have to come back later with a new thing, but I can't distinguish between needing to do that and just missing something. Unless you have hints or things about that, I might just progress towards the east side and do some other stuff instead of figuring out whatever the hell this is. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Next stops, Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. That's Alton, Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Good evening, all you fine-looking folks. Here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
I think I still don't understand enough about this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago.
I can see a couple of them have connections, but I don't understand if there's an order here through all that they're meant to do. I don't understand what it is or how I would know.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
I mean, the conductor and briefcase seem like they could be in either order. How am I supposed to know which order it's in? Like, those work either way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard the Eagle Limited bound for Chicago. Please have your tickets ready and enjoy the ride.
Is it like this and then the fucking music and dinner and then the crash?
Carlinville, and Springfield. Tickets, please. Tickets.
Good evening, all you fine-looking folks. Here's some smooth tunes to ease your minds and please your ears as we wait for that delicious dinner to roll right on in.
fuck that. Like, if you can do the puzzle 90% right and it doesn't work and it seems like that's not the thing you're supposed to do, that's bad puzzle design. Like, I did basically the right thing and I flipped, like, 2 bits. I don't even talk complaining about the time just before this. Like, when I first went through this room, I basically did the right thing. And it gave me no indication I was doing anything close to correct. So I was like, well, I don't know how to do this puzzle, because interacting with the sound doesn't matter. Like, design a puzzle where I can intuit how to solve it, please. And not have to have someone tell me, like, no, you did it 1% wrong. Well, that's why all the puzzles are bad. Yeah. Like, this is luck puzzle again. I don't want to harp on it, because I'm already being a kind of bitter person I don't like to be, but, like, this kind of thing happening multiple times during my playthrough of this game is, like, getting me to the point of, like, I should have just played this for guide from the start, because I would stop having moments of huge frustration where I'm just missing something that was not clear to me. And I try to not play games like that, because that's boring as fuck, but if the alternative is just I get frustrated repeatedly, that's not much better. Where's the fucking... Oh, it's active investigations. I think having it's not like a huge deal, especially compared to the thing I was just bitching about, but I feel like having hold activate button and swap gun mode on the same button is questionable default binding. Like, it doesn't really matter even on its... Hold on, I want to hear more of this.
Well, not there. I was in executive because they have the best snap machines. You may think they're all the same because of that plain white packaging, but there's a difference. You know those thick ruffled...
I need to hear this. This is critical.
All the machines outside executive carry those flimsy little thin chips. They have no texture. I may as well eat cardboard. Anyway, I get back to the elevator and they tell me the sector is being evacuated. They wouldn't even let me go back in for my stuff. Can you believe that? I worked at that desk for years. I had photos on it. My favorite stapler, one of those good ones that could staple a 50-page report, no problem. A little cash, and some, personal recordings. But, yeah, they locked the whole area down tight, no one in or out, and then they march us all back to executive to interview everyone. I wasn't even there when it happened, and they were asking me if I noticed anything suspicious, if I saw anyone tampering with the containment cell and so on. Well, the only thing they learned was I prefer the ruffled chips to the non-ruffled ones. Better mouthfeel, like I said before. And
That's
then,
true.
after 3 hours of questions, they recommend we all go for trauma counseling. I was like, no thanks, I have my own therapist. I know I could use the word therapist and save a few bucks, but I worry they're going to put anything I say in a file.
That's probably sensible.
A bit paranoid, I know, but I work for a secret government organization, so yeah. I stopped going a few years back. To my therapist, I mean. She said that a lot of my issues stemmed from a negative outlook.
Probably right, my dude.
I can't tell her anything about what I do, so I just had to sit there and nod. I kept waiting for that big aha moment. You know, where I realized that my need for approval stems from my dad or something? Turns out therapy doesn't work like that, so I stopped going. TV really gives you a skewed understanding of these kind of things. She did help me realize that I'm processing stress in an unhealthy way. I try not to carry all that around with me anymore, but it does stack up. Hard to just say no thank you to the anxiety buzzing in your head. One really helpful thing she had me do was find a creative outlet. I started doing some experimental music / poetry that I think was really ahead of its time. This was years back. I'm cooking up some pretty new sounds these days. Think My Bleeding Clock meets Sylvia Plath. Do you play any instruments?
Curious.
Well, I can see you
so
being
concerned.
a guitarist, maybe a bassist. It's funny, I played the tuba in a high school band. My favorite was In the Hall of the Mountain King. Tuba didn't get a lot of spotlight in most.
I
of the
hope a lot of this is
songs
just
in the
ad-libbed.
shows, but Mountain King was my time to shine. Bum 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 bum. Ah, classic. I've moved on to less mainstream instruments.
Less
now.
mainstream.
I've always
It's a
been-
fucking hipster too.
What were you
God.
talking about before? Right, the evacuation. Yeah, I heard afterward that the Hartman specimen had gotten loose and killed some staff. They had me digitizing records in some dark corner of the sector, so I didn't know a whole lot about the Bright Falls investigation.
Digitizing
at the time. It's a
must have
strange
sucked
case.
ass here.
Most AWEs are one and done, but Bright Falls has pretty regular flare-ups. 3 incidents since 1970 when we first started tracking it. I got really interested when I heard Alan Wake was involved with the latest
Who?
occurrence. I'm a huge Wake fan. I love the Alex Casey novels. That over-the-top, hard-boiled detective thing is right up my alley.
Of course.
They're making a movie of the series.
It
But
can't
the
be a
guy who plays
coincidence
Casey
that I
doesn't
saw
have
him in a
enough
motel.
gravel in his voice, you know? I
Was he
remember being
drawn
so
here by the
pissed
investigation?
when Wake killed off Casey in the books. It's not a huge surprise, though.
Sherlock Holmes
Wake
moment.
sounded like a bit of a dick.
Yes.
Drank too much.
He got better, but
Paparazzi, the tabloids
he was not
said he
abusive.
was an abusive husband, so yeah, troubled artist and all that. Apparently, there were chapters of an unfinished manuscript floating around after Wake.
Literally floating
They
around.
say they're cursed, which is a very discriminatory term against all.
Oh my god, discriminatory.
The
No.
forums all call the unfinished book Departure because Wake kept saying it would be a departure from his previous work. I found some pages that are supposedly the real deal on the internet. It's pretty dark stuff. He was
Literally.
going full horror, which makes sense since he used to write for Night Springs, but I would have preferred if he did something a little lighter. I've always said Wake had a great instinct for humor. Hey, did you know we own Night Springs?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Bureau bought the rights after the original series ended.
God.
I've sent some story suggestions to the production team, but apparently they are not accepting pitches at this time. Typical. I'd be a great addition to their team.
No. No, you wouldn't,
Huh.
honey.
I
No.
see you nod. Is this thing not on? Let
Oh,
me check.
it's definitely on.
Okay. Oh, the wire's down here.
I'm glad they spent so much time on this so people like me could just
Hello?
listen with bated breath to the entire time.
Shoot something. That was inconclusive.
Was
You
it?
shoot so often, it's hard to know when it's intentional. There also could be
You know, fair.
The system just needs a reboot.
Fair judgment.
This is a good opportunity to use the restroom anyway.
You don't need to say that, my guy.
That was inconclusive. You shoot so often, it's hard to know when it's intentional. There also could be a delay on the
He repeated a lot, and I'm not sure he's going to keep repeating
Maybe
that
the
bit.
system just needs a reboot. This is a good opportunity to use a restroom anyway. Stay safe, ma'am. You guys are going to escort me, right? Okay, good.
Aw, I wanted to hear more from the two fucking hench agents that he has watching him. I love them so much. Fucking Drone 1 and Drone 2 over there. I love them. Now, what am I trying to do over here now? Well, this, but also, which one of these? Do you? Well, eventually. And you. If we can try to do that first. Hi. Gross. Okay, this seems a lot like they're gonna give me. Oh, well, I guess there's literally a flashlight right here. Never mind. I was gonna say this is seeming more and more like the service weapon's gonna get a mode eventually, but I guess inconclusive on that point. Is there one in here too, or is it just that one? Yeah. Is there a way to go for the other direction, or can I not do that at this point? Oh, that's just left over. Okay. Hello. And my question is, can I get up there, or are you meant to come back down there later? Because it seems, I imagine you're meant to come back through there later, but what if I tried for a bit to get through there anyway, despite it clearly not being what the game wants me to do? Are you doing anything I can break? Well, let me rephrase that. Are you anything I can break in a way that gets me through the wall, or? No, okay. Now then. Stack some objects to get through the window and get into the plaza. Take the Half-Life out of... You take the girl out of the Half-Life, but you can't take her out of the... You can't take the Half-Life out of the girl. Wait, why are you... Interesting. Was that a mimic? Okay, I guess I've got to watch for fucking evil vending machines now. Noted. Message received. The way my setup is working right now, the microphone actually blocks a bit of my... Jesus. It blocks a bit of my screen, but I did still catch the 1 out of 9 or whatever vending machine kills achievement pop up and then pop back off the screen. Sorry, I'm fucking with my webcam. Or my tracking device. I'm curious to if I go look at that and see how many I have to get, but I guess I'll just try to find vending machines as I go. And worry about ones I miss as necessary. I didn't see anything I was up with that one until I picked it up and it became evil. So maybe that's... You just need to pick them up to see if they become evil. That's not going to be enough, but I need to get an idea for how much height I still need here. Okay, so like one more object of about that size should do it. I think the benches could work, but they don't seem to want to balance. I think there's probably something else that would work better that I could use here. You are right to call this cadence thing. Like, I'm not gonna like say that's incorrect at all, but I feel like this is more like... I mean, I guess this is just me saying the same thing twice, but like, just the like... particular era of like source engine gremlins of just like, you've taught me that I am allowed to crawl around on the map like a weird creature and I'm going to do it at every opportunity. That I just bring to every that I just bring to every game now. Just like, I'm gonna, if you make it seem like I can go in weird places and fucking climb the walls, I'm gonna do it. Vending machine, non-evil. It would really help if I can balance this vertically. She just jostles it so much when she drops it is the problem. Like I mostly should just try to not, if I'm gonna do this at all, like I should just do 2 horizontal things, but because this is just doesn't want to balance. Here, no, well, I just need to get you on your, nope, not like that. Yes! Unfortunately, I did not bring a light, but maybe I can find one over here. No, but I did find a box. Yeah, that's fair. It was a beautiful dream, though. I guess it could be all the way through that door. I can't get through yet, but it feels very likely that if 2 of 3 are in here, that all 3 are in here. Yes, it in fact is the case that all 3 are in here.
Done. That should make him happy.
You're welcome.
I'm glad Jessie loves her janitor's assistant job so much. Okay, that seems like a much... I'm kind of learning over time, like, what angle my tracking device wants to be at to get a good read on my face. And having a flexible selfie arm makes it a lot easier in a general sense, but I'm getting a better feeling over time for, like, specifically how it wants to be posed. This seems like it is tracking very well. God, I still need to figure out... I think it's not written down on my, like... paper list of things I need to do related to streaming, but I do need to fix the get the Ultra Leap running more consistently, and B, mess with the model rigging, or the hand and finger rigging on this like the paw and digit rigging on this model, so that I can use so that I can use hand tracking. That's what I was getting at. I guess the other thing I have to solve there is I still need to get like a thing I can wear around my neck, I guess, besides the collar, that will hold the Ultra Leap tracker. Because I want to test out if that gives me better results with the hand tracking that I've gotten before. Because what I've done before is just had it on the desk looking up. And that works, but there's a lot of positions where it just doesn't get a good read on finger position. And, you know, consequently, doesn't, you know, track well or show the fingers off well. And I would like to, if at all possible, you know, fix that and get better results. Because, like, if I'm going to go through all the trouble of, like, it's really dark in here. If I'm going to go through all the trouble of, like, you know, doing really good finger rigging so that... Yeah? Okay. If I'm going to go through all the trouble of doing the rigging for that, like, I have, you know, the fingers are rigged, like, they move. They just don't move necessarily realistically in all ways, and, like, this one have, like, weird, awkward edges. If I'm going to go through the trouble of making that look really good, I would like to also make sure the tracking is doing it justice. So I definitely got to fix that in tandem, or at least ideally in close proximity to each other so that I'm happy with the results. Yeah, wait, I don't need that cube installed. What is on my list of things to do, but I think it's lower priority. Maybe lower priority, but easier to get done at the same time, is I need to redo what are words? The controller like tool that I use sometimes that when I play games with a controller on the PC, I have something I can start up alongside it that reads the controller inputs and animates a controller, and has, you know, attached hands and like shakes with input and does stuff like that to kind of give a like realistic-ish portrayal of, like, you know, whatever I'm pressing with the controller. I could use it with this model, but it's not been updated, so I need to do that at some point. And I think the same way I'm going to do something that has my, you know, the latex gloves my costume has, and have that be the Redux. And I also want to do like a proper, like, I've done like several versions over the years of different controllers, and I don't, you know, I'm not like beating myself up for that creative choice, but it would make more sense to do like, damn it, alas. I think it's just gonna happen regardless. I'm not gonna bother bringing another one down. I need to. I would love to make a like shared Photoshop project with like one pair of hands and like several different controller images, like, and then I can just export it as all the different controllers I'm likely to use, which at this point is likely to just be the old like Xbox controller I have, but in theory I could want different ones. And it would be nice to have a kind of like clean project to implement that. And the what I already have is basically a layered product already, but just per controller, and I could and should just combine those. In fact, I might do that and then work from that to actually update the hands as one of my ongoing creative projects, and just get to it when I get to it. Easy. Is this one gonna work for me now if I bring it over to the other thing? I assume they just break that one on purpose, so you have to do that little puzzle, and then you're allowed to bring the light back to go do this other side stuff afterwards. I guess maybe just this single, again, trash can that I compulsively open despite it having nothing of value for me every time. I guess I should check if one of these is the upgrade mat I want, but I'm 99% sure that these mats they're giving me are just valueless. Also, can I get into that elevator from a different floor? Yes. That's how you meant to open this. Again, I know it's hidden locations and that's just the category they've put these in, but a lot of these don't feel particularly hidden. Like, the first one was like a conference room that was just blocked off, and now it's just an elevator that happened to be closed. That's not hidden in a meaningful sense of the word. Whatever. So yeah, controller hands, hand tracking. I'm kind of curious if I got the hand tracking working well enough, what would happen if I did it while I had a controller. Because I worry the controller would block enough of my fingers that it would fuck with the controller, the hand tracking. But I've literally never tried it, so I'm not sure what would happen and how like usable the result would be. Because it would be really cool if... It would be really neat if I could just use the hand tracking and hold a controller and, you know, have to, like, do the controller asset separately, of course, because, like, the hand tracker does not understand what a controller is and won't do that for me. But if I could just get the other parts of, you know, the experience of my model using a controller for free, or freer. I guess really not even for free, having done an immense amount of work on the model, but like as part of that work, and not having to require separate work and a separate tool.
It's too dark in here to fight this thing.
No shit, Jesse. So I'll look into that stuff and get all that figured out in the long run, and like also get it working on Linux as part of the alternate pipeline, because I have not. Hate you. I should move this plate off my desk. The plate that I had the cookies on is in the path of my arm as it moves around using the keyboard, which is not ideal. I need to... What was I gonna say? I don't know, need to figure out that controller stuff. I suppose I also need to, at some point, play a game that I, as the constant keyboard mouse control lover, would play with a controller. Which there are several games that I guess could qualify for that, but the one that comes to mind most recently is I was looking at my library trying to think of what I might want to play after Control, which I'm still not decided on. It possibly will be Armored Core, but I'm not sure. One of the other things I was considering was Yakuza, because I have not played much of Kiwami, but I have it. And as you know, real Yakuza play with a controller, so if I play those, I've got to use a controller. So that could be the thing I pick up next, and that could be a thing that would get me to, you know, fix my controller setup shit. Oh, and one of the abandoned sub-trains of thought in that was that I need to get Ultra Leap working on Linux, because I was able to get the software running, and I think I might even have gotten it, like, doing hand tracking, but it was not exposing itself to VNyan correctly. Like, VNyan was not seeing the input, so I need to figure out why and fix that, because I would like to have the hand tracking on Linux as part of my make the Linux streaming experience equivalent to my Windows streaming experience objective. Which is broadly going very well. Linux streams have been going great. And with the caption set up and like repo OBS as opposed to Flatpak OBS, we should be in a great position for those going forward. And yeah, I'll just take other problems as they come up, and we'll eventually get to the point of Linux streams being equivalent, and then the default, because if I can get Linux streams working reliably, and like without any feature gaps compared to my Linux or my Windows experience, I will stop streaming on Windows and just not use that for that shitty OS for that purpose anymore. Nice. I think that whole thing is just to use that light to burn that. That's good. I'm more and more convinced that they just aren't going to ever give me any source of light. It's just, no, find one in the environment. Bend it to your will. Because that's what Jesse does.
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time, and then we're done playing with you. Understand?
Jello,
Where are you from?
Jumbo Grand. Up and loose and heavy treat sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly. Dirt arrange you.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School daring, boy. Eyes many cauterizing loops through and about.
I see.
Andy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there a Mitchell at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what?
Tubes.
Never mind. I can't do this anymore.
Tubes.
Just send this thing to the guys in research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? They're gonna cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
Spider time? God. I don't think that guy should be cut up. He seems cool. I don't like to think... The cadence of Spider Time is good, but nothing with Listen, I can be brought around to the idea of, you know, spiders are not as, like, gross and awful as people, like, think they are. Sometimes they're fine. They're, you know, lovely creatures on this planet, and as long as I don't have to be close to one, I can come around to that point of view. But Spider Time, in particular, is not... I don't think I can get behind that sentiment specifically. I don't think there's a time where I don't think I want a Spider Time to ever happen to me. I could do without that. I also continue to hope that every VA in this for this game had a great time, because it seems very much like they must have. Well, I guess every VA and every just actor they put in this for the videos or whatever. Interesting, I guess I must be north. Deal with it later. Let's, in theory, track this one. Anything else in here besides a light on a shelf? Doesn't seem like it. I think I need to re-export to see if I did, but I might have figured out why the collision stuff on this model wasn't working, and therefore why my tail is just going through my head so often. But I need to export it to be sure. Or, oh, wait, I think I did export it. I need to try that model out and see if it solves the problem or not.
Whatever force had a hold on Hartman isn't mixing well with his corruption. Blake did call him the third thing.
Okay. I'm just going to freestyle a bit.
Yeah, man?
My mother always said, never talk to strangers. Always. Never. Always.
Jesus Christ.
But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger from being a friend
That's deep,
is
man.
that word? Stranger. Strange. Strange like the noises you hear at night when there is no light and you cannot fight. Strange like a rubber duck that follows you around and makes you drop your coffee every time that it quacks because the noise scares you. Then you have to clean up the coffee while the ducks...
I don't think this cadence is the one you want to go for this Langston. You've gotten kind of off track here.
Quack. 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 Quack.
Great. That was good. I'm glad I listened to that. Pit for Jesse. I've been trying to grab games that I used to have on Switch for Steam because I am trying to live a more Nintendo-free lifestyle. And one of the games I repurchased through this plan was Untitled Goose Game. And I think at some point I should stream that. Despite having already played it, I should play through it again as like maybe one of the Wednesday stream activities. I don't know what specifically made me think of that, but maybe it was that he said quack. That probably was what it was, actually, if I had to guess. They have a Cauldron Lake Lodge replica? Jesus. I swore I'd never go back to that place. Okay. Oh, I've already shown light on... Oh, that's the other one. Never mind. I've not shown light on places here yet. Plants. I want to find plants. I also need a light, and then I need plants to put the light on. Okay, light problem solved. Plant problem not yet solved. In progress. Are you evil? You are evil. What here is evil? The vending machine. Oh, how did I miss page 2 of this? I guess it's possible there isn't a page 2, but... Damn. Oh, I bet somewhere in here is where the plants are. Shifted offices probably have a plant, or several even. Well, specifically this section of it, which I've not been in before, I don't think. Or maybe I have, but at least somewhere in here, probably. I had to guess. I wonder if there's on the ceiling somewhere. That seems like the kind of thing they would do with this kind of space. Trying to be thorough. Hello.
This piece is called Me and You.
Jesus Christ. How much time did they spend with this guy in studio?
A boy with a wolf's head eats some ice cream.
Word.
The ice cream mellows. The wolf's head
Man saw a furry and freaked the fuck out.
howl together. Me and you. The mayor stares at a bicycle. A little girl watches him watch the bike, watch him watch the bike, and on and on and on, like the ticking of 1,000 clocks. We listen to the ticking together. Me and you. A traffic light decides it doesn't want to be a traffic light anymore.
Damn, man.
People call it names, and it's her. I take it to see a movie.
Hot.
We have a good time.
Hot. Not hot.
People think we're weird, but we ignore them. We're friends now, connected by a moment. We'll always share this story, even if people don't understand it. You and me and you.
Great. Rewarded for exploring with wild Langston moments, which not a thing I expected to give it going into this DLC, I gotta say. Expected some Alan Wake bullshit. I didn't expect some Langston bullshit. Sure, I can bring a guy with me, just for funsies.
This is the director. I need a ranger at this location immediately.
Oh, I guess it couldn't be in shifted offices, because it's a different place, right? So it would have to be in here. If I was plants, where would I be? You're plants. You're not plants. I mean, he can be plants if he wants to be, but he has not told me anything about being plants. As far as I know, he is just mans. Hello. Sweet. I'm much warmer on this kind of side quest than I was at the start of the stream, I think, as I'm kind of learning to find that shit better. And we'll go back there eventually to find out what plants I've missed. Where's the mold again? I see. Let's try to get down there. Is it perhaps through here? Right through the wall, huh? Loading bay vents, I see. Mold discovered.
No AC, no mold spore circulation. But it might get a bit stuffy in here.
I need some serious remediation work to get this up to snuff again. so that one's done. Could do this, which I suspect is up there. That means go back there. Okay, where? Oh, actually, let me check. Service decks. Okay. And what am I missing here? Oh, boop, 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 boop. Back. Interesting. Wild. Fake train crash. I think calling that music feels like a stretch. Maybe that's mean to Langston, but I guess it's like literally the kind of thing spoken word was invented as a category for. Trisha baby, please. Okay, fine. Goodbye. I was gonna tell her not to sneeze on me, and then she trotted across the desk to go be elsewhere, which achieves what I wanted from her, but maybe not in the way I'd expected it to be achieved. Oh, goodbye. Wait, do I not want to be... Oh, this is a new one, okay. Map design strikes again. Yeah? You know, when they said NASA was involved, I guess I should have read the screen, is what I should have done. I should have read where I was going to this, which has been in my quest log for a minute, and put together 2 and 2. I see. I understand. Alright, what's this case file about? Apollo 14, huh? Okay. Brought another guy back. Great. I've seen the poster for this movie. For Apollo, but shit went wrong. I've seen, not to be confused with Apollo 13, which I have watched in its entirety, but there's also a, like, What If Aliens movie that was made at some point that I don't remember the name of. I can't tell what this was doing. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay, I understand now. Fascinating. Nothing but net. Move, baby. Please grab the thing. Please grab the thing I'm obviously trying to get. The telekinesis not working well at distance does not pair well with really scary guy that I'm trying to not be near. I genuinely do not like being near this form of Hartman. It is awful to look at, especially in the dark. I didn't like Hartman to begin with.
One less place for him to hide.
Yeah, man? Like, I'm excited to shoot that guy with a, like, shotgun made of lasers or whatever the fuck, however the fuck this DLC ends. Interesting, so I've already been in here. Right, yes, I have it. Okay, yes, I remember now. I remember this door. The voice on the cell intercom. I guess that must be out here somewhere. Oh, no, I needed that. Well, probably. Maybe I didn't need that lantern. Well, they've established some moon. Soundstage in a fucking New York basement. God, just the moon landing was real and not fake because we brought a fourth guy back one day as a real funny, conspiracy counter, I guess. Guys, you don't know, the moon landing was real, but they're covering up the guy they brought back. God. Control writers, good at what they do. This is not even just the writers, but creators, I guess, broadly. People who decided how the story of this game would go and implemented it. Oh,
Hello?
on this cell.
Yes, B? Worry who?
Oh, this guy. I love this man.
Hello?
Hello. Great about us today. Long roads and no hardly. You are Bygone?
Sure. Why are you locked up in here?
Casual turning. Back and front. And Gerbil took the top head. Not being pressed for that. Lady going and loosing back for eye?
Sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding you. What do you want?
The head? The head for tales? For reading news, jars, words, and tumble. The reading head.
Okay, take it easy. I'll take a look.
So maybe it wants something to read. Or a jar. Let's just see what we can find. This could be what it wants. Let's give it a shot.
Can't know if this is incidental or if this is related somehow. Well, we'll start with the bowl of salad, or whatever that was.
No,
Finally get to...
stars. A head. Scotch and peppers? Head.
Okay, that wasn't right. Let's try something else.
Fucking reenacting the gang's all sick episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender, where Momo just brings back random objects that are not medicine, while Aang is out having the A plot of the episode. This feels like a hidden place. If we can find out how to get in there. Or, I suppose not. That feels like it was actually a hidden place. that should have counted, but okay. Alright, where are new objects I can bring this man? You should imagine me trotting up on all fours, giving this man random things with my mouth through the service hatch. I'm just looking up as expecting praise and just being sad when I have not succeeded.
It'll like this.
I guess I can also accept what the game's the pronouns the game has given this and use its. I don't know.
Head. A-S-B-E. Head.
Nope. Let's keep trying.
That is fascinating that whatever, like, incorrect mapping between words and concepts this creature is having is not a one-to-one mapping.
Maybe this will do the
Because that spelling was different than the word. Which, I don't know if they did for comedy reasons, but, like, you know, trying to read into, like, if there's a consistent, like, speech system here, it is not one-to-one in that way.
Bruce, you ping pong. Ahead.
Guess that wasn't it either. Huh.
The American flag. I'm also glad I fished an uwu out of you with that. I detest this, and you've heard this at length, but this is an appropriate scenario, I think. When I'm dabbling in, great. Therian and or Pharaoh impulses, for once. That's math. I assume there's an object around here somewhere I've not found yet, but I'm not sure where. Could also be all the way up there, but that feels like it wouldn't be, I guess. I guess I should check it at some point, but it feels like they wouldn't put it up there. Right, yeah, math is for computers. If it's given to me, it must be destroyed. Well, Scotch was one of the things he said, or it said.
This might do it.
Also, the cigarette's right next to that. And I feel like most people that drink would appreciate Scotch, even if they're not, like, big into Scotch.
School and dirt for losing.
Keep that up, and I
Wow.
won't help you anymore.
Dirt for losing cannot be good. Does sound particularly insulting. Correct read, I think. Okay, I cannot give the smokes, I guess. I kind of like this so far. The gimmick is at least good. I'm slowly losing patience for the finding part of this, depending on how much longer it goes on, but I think the overall bit is good. I guess I should check all the way up at top to see if there's like a thing up there. Oh, please. Thank you. Yeah, let's try all the way back in these dark corners just in case. No, there's nothing there. I probably should take another stretch break in a second. I'll futz with this a bit longer and then go get some more water probably. Are you anything of import? Sweet, another trash can. Yeah, okay, like I thought, there is nothing of import up here. That's fine. To sell. Is there anything around it that I missed? God, if I was a bit faster on the draw with drawing 2D art, I would... Hello.
Let's see if this will do it.
I knew the hoop was relevant.
I'm ready to be done with this.
I would draw a version of my model, like drawn over a frame of the Avatar episode I was quoting earlier. Furry clocks. Furry clocks, huh?
Head is top of all up and down. At the top. The top head.
Wait, does this thing actually mean head? Head is in a body's head?
Man wants head. Fair enough.
I gotta find that. And how did it lose it?
Strange homunculi returned from moon in shape of man and only wants head. God, this I could do that in the voice of one of those like fucking like My Lord Wonder Attack like horny like online game ads if I had a little more warm up into that and remembered more clearly what I'm trying to parody. But here, that's like half of a joke, and I'll just throw that at the stream, and we'll call that good enough. Ah. I see. I should have checked the map earlier, and/or looked at the upper left corner to see that it wanted me to go somewhere else. Well, we'll go to the sector head off. Actually, I might be able to get... Yes. Sweet. Go to the sector head office, and maybe I can also try to get the abandoned offices stuff cleared up. Let me warp there, and then I'll step away and get my water refreshed, and do a little stretching. Sector... I see. I wish they consistently named the checkpoints with where they are, so it was easier to find them. I will be right back. Boop. Big stretch complete. I know to find some skulls, which are like heads, but I'm not sure if that's what this guy meant. I see.
A helmet.
Ah!
Head. Is that what the prisoner meant?
Yeah, because they said, like, you could remove bits from the suit, and, like, it didn't kill or injure this creature, but it made it distressed. Justifiably. I would be upset if you took my head away, personally. Even if I were, you know, engineered in such a way that it was not critical to my functioning, which could be done. Weaver and I have talked about that, but I still would like it for personal reasons, for having my head reasons. Right, and now I need to go to abandoned offices, so I was going to make another stab at discovering plants. I'm also going to check on... I think this is one of the materials I need, but maybe I've finally finished one of the other weapon upgrades. Okay, you. Sweet. Right, new weapon that I've not used at all for this DLC. And then this one which I still have not found somehow. You know, what's the gimmick? What's your gimmick? New gun form. Not you. Right, let's enter this menu. What's your gimmick? What if grenades were different? Alright, sure, man. Are you exclusive to... No, that's what I thought. I'm going to have to split the difference until I find more really good explosive mods to split between these, but... We demo man in here. Oh, I see. Plants. The light source says usually here is not here. Simply have to find a different one, and also discover where the plants are. Now. No, this is already too far. I want the corridor, not this. No, we'll be in there. So how do I get back? Trisha is trying to make her trek across the desk again. There she goes. When I stepped away to stretch, she moved to the little lower table she uses to jump up onto the desk and just laid there yelling at me until I got back to my seat.
Brian Hennerman, 21 years old, resident of Southern Texas.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night with a K, not an N, not night like nighttime, but...
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
No one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I looked smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off, and I could move out of my parents' basement, and maybe even go to college and get a film review like I've always wanted to. I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
Damn. Sometimes it do be like that. Right, two things. Need to remember how to get back up to the way in the wrong room. I mean, I guess it was good that I did that, because I discovered a new sound tape. This is not at all the room I wanted to be in. Would love a light source. And 2 plants, but also a light source. Water. I need more of it. Wow. I find it kind of charming that like they are just sticking to this. You must find a light source in the world to do this stuff, but I wish they were a little more consistent about spawning them or being able to find them. So I'm pretty sure there was one in that corner, and like maybe I just left it in some obscure bit of the map, but I don't know. I wish they could detect and handle that a bit better, instead of having to kind of like go over the map hunting for a light source so I can figure out where those 2 plants are that I'm missing. So I keep if I wander, I'll eventually find one, but it's kind of annoying to have to backtrack that far and then remember how to navigate back when navigating through this map has been such a problem for me consistently. It's a bit big of an ask to say, go do more of it, please, in a new section of the game to you. I know to keep throwing them, that's part of the problem, but like I don't know, I keep running into reasons why I need to put the light down, and then I get to a part where I need the light again, and it makes things awkward. I think there is another place I could bring a cube right now, but I've already forgotten where that is. Because of, again, the same map navigation issue. Oh, one of you evil. None of you are evil. I'm very curious if I'm going to manage to incidentally find all of the evil vending machines before I'm done with the DLC or not. Because it feels totally plausible that I could, but it also feels just as plausible that I'll miss, like, one or several. And then be, like, at 7 of 9. If I were 2 different plants... Like, if I'm reading the map correctly, it is just, like, this upper section, basically. But I'm just not... Come on, baby. You can do it. How did I get up? Okay. The physics being inconsistent when it comes to walls like that is very funny to me. I've already... Hi, bud. So I guess I have to do combat again for a second. I don't even know what I was saying. It probably wasn't important. Probably something about I would love for my plant to come home from the war. Also my light, which is just gone from this world again. I know because I threw it at a man, but in my defense, he was scary, and I wanted him to go away. Oh, hello. I'm gonna put you down here for safekeeping. I'm just not sure if, like, I should be strictly limiting my search for these plants for what is the operations corridor, which I believe to be this upper section. Or if, like, part of the operations center is counted as part of that. This is the only one I've found. Not sure where else they are meant to be. Not these little guys. Oh, well, there's one of them. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Oh, okay.
Here's
complaining
some
works.
sunshine to brighten your day. It's artificial, though. How does that work? And that's the last one. Should appoint someone to take care of these guys. Supervisor of houseplant well-being.
knickknack ass to thanks from me. Not du only at all.
Love to receive Ati's praise, and I assume also an object or something. Want to get back to the board? Maybe another costume. Where was it? It was over here, right? It's either here or it maybe is at the take this with me. At the control point. I might be able to swap into a costume. Alright, I did collect one, or complete one of these eventually. Cool. Sure. I want to see what Ahti gave me. Or if there was an actual thing to be gotten there besides him saying good job. Which is a reward of itself, but... Does not appear like anything new has happened here, unfortunate. Oh. I'll take it. I hope he's enjoying his vacation. Well deserved. Okay. From Morrow. Oh, something looks like it's happening here. Oh no, it's just a flag. The flag looked like a guy standing there from that distance. Alright, sorry to make you wait, man.
River Chicken Station. Far tastier. Press any button?
So the helmet is what you're after, huh?
Tubes. Snug and grape. Pure grapes. Hail a lady.
You're welcome, I guess. Did Kirkland lock you up in here?
Chief Trouble? Yes. Teddy's long around. But holdout's unhappiest. Can gather for goldfishes. No wrinkle.
Okay. Well, sounds like you're doing fine in there now. Just make sure you don't go anywhere.
I think he literally can't, Jesse.
At least we helped this guy. I think. Best we leave it locked up, though. We have no idea what it is, and we don't need any more problems out here.
I think you should revisit leaving this man locked in a cell all day, but I guess I can acknowledge that several other crises are still going on. I was looking at the Firebreak stuff recently, which is, I guess, what I remember this sticky note nonsense being from. And I guess at some point I'll have to debate if I want to play that multiplayer-only game or not. I'm not sure if I want to. I might, though. But at least in the universe, it is a new series of problems that Jessie is dealing with that would preclude her from helping that man necessarily, or at least have to make her have to deprioritize it. Okay, let's go up to active investigations and go north. I think I hadn't heard about it, or at least like I'd totally forgotten it was a game, and I just was like, oh, sticky notes thing. That must be a thing that happens in Control. And yes, but also no. Where are you? Okay, let's do... Oh, I found these earlier, didn't I? Will that help me remember where they are? No, but I do remember seeing them. One of these days, I'm pretty sure there is somewhere still that needs a power core, besides the place I just took one from that was just a storage place, but I'll worry about that later, I guess. Are you new?
Okay, well, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Listen, this is pure out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman brought in you down the way. It would be cool to get a copy of the creator's director's.
I don't know why you'd be an Alan Wake fan and go to the creepiest fuck psychiatrist, man.
So yeah, I was just looking to fill out my weight collection.
Like, you don't gotta give it up to Hartman. He's a piece of shit.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk job. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time, and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them. Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Nest. But this is going on your record, so one more screw up and our next chat won't be safe.
Great. That is just great to hear, guys. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I could get my copy of The Creator's Dilemma back?
Get out.
You don't need to have that book back. Should have burned every copy that exists. Emotional support 3 power cubes. Oh, that looks like the place where the arcade machines are. Okay. This is now a Shroom stream, I guess. Okay. Damn, I wonder how I'll win this fight. One of the things I need to do for full completionism in American Nightmare is that game's arcade stuff, which apparently is like just a lot of holding out against Taken without ever getting hit, which might be miserable, but I guess we'll see when I get to it. I still haven't actually finished the main plot of that game. I got through 1 loop already, and I need to finish my 2nd loop, and then do a 3rd loop, and then kill Mr. Scratch, or whatever the fuck happens. I feel like Mr. Scratch came up in like the opening cinematic thing that I can't just replay from the menu, but I don't remember that conversation at all. It was like a wake conversation, as I recall. I can't remember who else was in it, but maybe I should go I should have watched that before doing this, presumably, or ideally, but maybe I will just go watch that after I finish the DLC pack in this stream. I hear someone around somewhere. Where are you? Right. Doing the fucking, like, anxiety is like when you hear combat music in a combat game, but you can't find any enemies around. I heard a shot. It's on one of the staircases, isn't he? That's the problem here. Because this is kind of like an upgrade to charge in some ways. You can just use it to, you can just airburst, which is always the way I did really well in, fuck, what's the Destiny combat mode that I'm thinking of? Not Mayhem. The one that's all fucking, a Scorch Cannon mode. What's it? Team Scorch. There we go. We got there. I was always a huge fan of that mode. I was always very good at it and had a lot of fun with it whenever it was up. Especially once I like actively learned to do this thing, the airbursting thing, because it just makes it really easy to clean people up. Right, 1 second, since we're just committing to this for the moment. Sure. Nice. Investigations. I think I'm about to get an achievement for investigations, and hidden things I'll look into later. I made a point of not looking at the secret achievements for this game yet, in case there's some fun thing hidden there that I might still stumble across. But once I finish the DLC for this and gotten all the non-hidden achievements, I will just look at whatever's left and see if there's a funny thing I'm missing. Or an unfunny thing I'm missing that I just need to go do. Getting there. Nice. Now see what the other one's like, I guess. That's a fun loading screen.
Games are so realistic these days.
Oh right, my emotional support cubes. Oh! Well, let's pause that thought for a second while I do the other mode of this. Other modes, I guess, plural. I'm curious what they mean by revisit in Shum 2, but I guess we'll find out in a second once I do this. This is still cheating, but again, who cares? I'm not here for the combat. I don't mind ruining the experience of it for myself. Jesus. Speaking of just blatantly cheating. I should watch a video of someone doing combat seriously in this at some point just to see what it looks like. I want to see if Challenge offers me anything new, or if that's just a harder version. If there's like a costume buried behind this, I'm willing to play it out. Interesting. So it kind of counters my cheese strat to an extent. Like, not too much, but I only get points if I kill enemies within 3 seconds, otherwise I'm losing progress. It's not really cramping my style all that much, it appears, but... I guess there was always the possibility one enemy got stuck in a corner and ruined my life by just taking a minute and 50 to hunt down, which happened on the opening bit of this room. So it is possible. Nice. Alright, and let's try the other one out, just for being thorough, and then I'll find out what the other machine has for me. If it's just another run of the Ashtray Maze, I guess I'll be up for that. But I'm curious if there's something different about it this time, or if there's like more to it besides just what if Ashtray Maze the second time. Sorry, I'm moving stuff on my desk a bit to get more mouse room. You know, a good game to actually bring up on as one of my Friday stream games would be Deus Ex: Mankind Divided, which I never played through, despite liking Human Revolutions a lot. I hear a lot of people like a bunch of stuff about that game, and I just bounced off it for whatever reason, but that's the perfect kind of thing to just get to and play. See also the original Deus Ex, or possibly Invisible War. Yeah, I'll consider it. I'll rotate some numbers in my head, or maybe we can talk over off stream and decide of, you know, Yakuza, Armored Core, and Deus Ex, which one feels like the one to tackle next. One of them can also be the Wednesday game too. Like I could stand to play something besides Hitman on Wednesdays, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so you can redo every boss. That's neat. I don't think any of these fights are compelling enough besides this edge for me to redo. Which one's this? I don't remember which one this is. Interesting. What if I just disable having to care about combat still? I did think about doing these straight up, but I think I don't like any of these boss fights enough to want to play them for realsies. Like, I don't feel like I lost anything by just cheating. Like, they just didn't, they're not good at they didn't do good bosses for these, I'm sorry. Besides this edge, who rules? I don't remember what this boss fight was. I remembered Anchor, I remembered Former. Oh yeah, this fucker. I think I might have fought Mold 1 legit. Nah. I thought about doing this straight up again, but we had that moment. We don't need to repeat it. This is what it looks like when I'm not holding back, bitch. I think I will play through the Ashtray Maze for old time's sake, but I'm leaving combat disabled. Also, while I'm looking at this, I've been collecting a lot of mods that I might, in theory, care about. In theory. I figured probably not in practice, but I'm also going to turn my desk fan on in just a moment. I'm going to knock some more of these out. Here, while I read this. Great. I love that the staff insists on keeping these machines because they're fun. Despite them being a thing that people probably wanted to research. I think that's cool and good. Gonna get copyright, not copyright struck, but copyright, hey, we noticed you played a song. They allow it on YouTube. However you turn that into a state of being, or a state for a media piece to be in. That'll be the nice thing about playing not Alan Wake and not Control is I love these games, but they do have music that is copyrighted that it does not get me in trouble, but does get me noticed by YouTube. YouTube observes that I was playing music that is allowed, but that is copyrighted. Oh, hello. One day when I can get my shit monetized, I will care more about such things, but as long as I'm not getting in trouble, it's fine for now. From here. Or if I missed a guy somewhere. Or just through here? Question mark? No, that's where I came in, right? I guess not. Ooh! I got reward for that. Well, time to go look at what that looks like and see if it's better than the executive suit, which is my current favorite. Alright, where's nearest warp point? Ah. Nah. This is trying too hard. A bad vibe with the. I think it would be better on its own, but combined with the cat ears, it's a weird, like, anime girl look that I don't quite like. Not my Jessie. Active investigations. You have the right mission equipped, right? I don't. Now I do. Actually, wait, while we're here, how are we doing on this front? What is it? So, source, echo, remote thought. Does this require those things? Kind of, but also requires another thing that I have not found in ages. Oh well. Yeah, I'm just not gonna reliably do these anymore, but fuck it, doesn't matter. Do we go all the way back up now? Is that what happens? I remember I was trying to go up before, and then Hartman happened to me, and maybe at this point now that I've taken away all those places to hide, I get to actually do whatever I was trying to do in the first place. Or maybe Hartman will happen to me again, and I'll kill him for good this time. I love this mode for the gun shoots a fucking Rubik's... It's got a fucking Rubik's Cube on the end of it. It's very silly.
Hideous. He tore the security door to the Bright Falls AWE site wide open. He was so ugly, like...
Yes.
Wow, I
mean, I wouldn't call it ugly so much as scary and malevolent, but...
Like he used to. The hiss must have messed him up or something. He looks like a bar rag that's been twisted by the world's strongest man.
What a simile.
A monster from some 80s horror movie. You know, back when it was all practical effects? Ugh, nasty. Did you say something? Remember, I can't hear you. Never mind, just go after Hartman. Oh, so disgusting.
Anything else up here? Right, I guess I could have just looked up. Yeah, I have looked up and seen this platform from below. It's just high enough that you can't platform your way up here. You have to use the elevator they provided for you.
I've written, rewritten. The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, and rewrite it. They are drawn to the mystery.
Okay, but what did you... Oh. But what did you really say?
I've written and rewritten. Deconstructed, reconstructed. Experimented with different voices. Changed the style, changed myself. Forgotten the language, relearned the language. Have I been here before? Gone down this path before? The darkness wants to hide the past to make me lose my way. You must know where you've been to know where you're going. I trust what I read on these pages. I wrote them for a reason. My notes to myself. The only way to make progress, recap, then recap. The style then. Lose the fat. Make it clear. Ugly. Functional. Present. Be blunt. Only the brutal truth. Cut through the reality, tear it apart, rewrite it. Be clever, make them do the work. Form the image in their minds. They make it, you just imply. Incept.
Incept.
Drawn to the mystery, obsessed. You set it up, they put it together. Their interpretation, and there's only one because you give them no choice. And they believe in it. Because it's theirs now.
Depending on your viewer's interpretation is risky. I think most creatives would say. Especially when you're trying to write reality-changing fiction to fucking get yourself out of the dark place or whatever he's trying to do. No, again, it's mostly because I don't remember the initial cutscene. I don't know what Alan is trying to do at this point.
Stuck. Let's go take care of it.
No, incorrect. goodbye. Oh, this is one of the great... Wait, what was that kind of guy? I guess I didn't get a good enough look at him. It was thinking it was one of the Alan Wake American Nightmare Grenadiers specifically, but I think that probably isn't true on account of this game is not that game. But also I didn't see what they were on account of I blew them up with a grenade within 0.02 seconds. Is there anything here besides a temporary fight? There might not be anything else here. I'm trying to be thorough. Ooh. Hold on to this for safekeep. I can't. I assume they will take it away from me, but it is here for now at least. Worried about what's on this tape.
Thank you for meeting with us again, Dr. Hartman.
It's my pleasure, gentlemen. I hope the information I've provided thus far has been of some small use.
It's been invaluable, Doctor. Really. We have a clear picture of this event, thanks to your parents.
Well, I consider myself a keen observer.
We did have one question, though. You mentioned in an earlier conversation that your patients displayed, and I'm paraphrasing here, unnatural abilities that you in fact encouraged during their time in your lodge. It'd be very helpful if you could fill us in on the details there.
Of course. Like yourselves, I work to
I hate that he got to tell his side of the story to them.
our earthly paradigm. My patient's well-being was paramount, of course, but
Motherfucker.
I would hardly be a man of science if I did not reach out at the underlying truth.
Can't wait till I get to kill him.
Stated in my written proposal, I believe working alongside
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I didn't...
organization could be greatly beneficial.
Well, I was gonna fuck up. 1 second.
Sharing notes, as they say.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all we need to hear.
So I bumped some cables and I was making sure I didn't break anything.
You have been found in breach of codes 4, 8, and 74 of the Federal Bureau of Control Criminal Offenses.
What? You can't do this? I am a well-connected man. You're making a dire mistake, my friend.
You will be detained until further notice, and all personal property will be confiscated, including the Cauldron Lake.
We're confiscating your building. It's great.
Just seize my property? I'm a United States citizen. I have rights. That lodge is my life's work. I'm offering you years of research.
Get him out of here.
You're making a mistake. You have to listen to me. You have to listen.
Don't have to. I'm glad the weight of the government came down on that man specifically. I am excited to bring down more weight upon him shortly. Rule 3.
I've forgotten again. I had a plan. I know it. I've forgotten.
The other half of this cutscene is what I was thinking of that I missed from the start. Or, not missed, I saw it, I just don't remember all the details of it. Because I watched it and did all Foundation, and then 2 weeks passed.
I've got to get out of here.
Or I guess like 3 weeks even, if I do the math correctly.
Dive.
It's great. Gonna rip Alan Wake Screaming.mp3 from my soundboard when I fix that shit. I guess I should also write that down on my little piece of paper.
Whatever is going on with Wake.
That is another
Clearly needs some
streaming task I need to do at some point. Yeah, okay. Seems fine. Yeah. Can I get... Okay. Okay. And then what if there's another room that had darkness in it, and then I also turned the light on? and then that darkness burned away. And then what if I went to a third room that also had darkness in it, and I turned a light on there as well, and the darkness went away, and then in that place there was a key that let me out. I don't actually good. I don't actually think it's bad that there's a repeated motif for the hotel. I think that's fine. It's always fun to see, okay, what's your gimmick this time? And also, how much am I gonna just miss the where the key spawns this time? Maybe it's just on the front desk. I don't know. I should go check. It appears it is just on the front desk.
Going mad. Wake had to escape, right? His escape. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special, something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence.
Thank you for meeting with us.
The story needed many beginnings, many springs. Streams that turned into a river, a flood, and then an ocean. This was one. Wake used the materials he had, the connections he had, the people, the places. Wake put them in to make it true. His wife, the psychiatrist, his city. These connections, like magnets, move things. Alice was a conduit. She'd been in the dark place. The thing that had been Hartman sensed her near, sensed Wake through her. Went berserk, broke loose. Wake made sure Alice was already gone by then. Safe. The more springs, the more the story became real. The more people believed. Cause and effect. It was extremely delicate and hard work. It had to go through the path of least resistance where success was most likely. Where there was a connection already. Wake felt the pressure grow in his head. Going mad. Wake had to escape. Right. His escape. He was already out. He wanted to make it true. Wake needed a hero. A hero needed a crisis. For the part in the story about the government agency, Wake needed something special. Something to convey an alien force mimicking human intelligence. Something that can't be translated. Translated. Wake channeled Burroughs and Bowie. He cut up sentences in
Interesting.
Orange peel. You are home. Insane. He put them in a shoebox. He pulled out the words. Wake created a Dadaist poem. I tried it once.
This is really good.
Or had he tried this before?
Okay, and they're wrapping Alan's writing around the story of Control. I see. I like that. But his plan's faltering because shit's happening, which, fair.
Another replica. Like the one they made for Ordinary.
Gonna send this man to the gates of hell.
Director's orders.
Nice to see a director out in the field.
Keep getting new rangers and they keep dying to forces beyond my control because I'm immortal and they're not. It sounds like you're just feeding rangers to the hiss. Then Jesse started crying. That's basically like doing the fault joke, right? There's enough of it. I just saw someone ripping that off earlier relating to modern politics. In a way I'm not going to get into, but it was funny. One of my favorite templates. Jesus. I don't know if this is Mr. Scratch or other unrelated shit happening to Alice. Because, again, knowing half of the plot of American Nightmare, which is insufficient to know the full plot, I know Mrs. Scratch is doing shit, but I don't know how that wrapped up. So don't love how dark it is in here. Now that I've thrown the light on the ground. I see him, motherfucker. Well, into the fray, I guess.
These are the notes of Dr. Emil Hartman. I am continuing my work alone again, since certain parties were too blind to recognize an opportunity. None value collaboration as I do. Though I believe now that it was for the best. The sort of bold, pioneering work that I am undertaking cannot thrive under the shackles of bureaucracy and regulation. I have a history of seeking such partnerships. There was a time when I hoped Alan Wake and I could collaborate. Together we could have produced art such that the world has never seen. Egotistical. Writers usually are. Disappointing nonetheless. Now, like Tom before him, Wake has
Hartman would try to use LLMs to control Cauldron Lake if he had the opportunity. It would go terribly, just incomprehensibly terribly. Thank you, Aurora.
His raw talent and determination are undeniable. From this, I have concluded that the lake and the dark place within it are not as removed from this world as I thought. Given my acute awareness of what preparations and my considerable education, I believe myself much more prepared than either. I should be able to cross into that dark realm.
Nope. Wait, don't go! I'll put you on the mural.
I admit, but such is the burden of the truth seeker. Only the right of knowledge.
He's so brave. We truly bring the best in the Bureau. Well, good luck with that. I'm gonna go do the puzzle while you die of terrible death. Oh, I found 80% of shit. I have received the achievement for finding 80% of shit. So I'm fucking with my setup again to try to move my mic a little bit more out of the... I'm trying to do two things. I'm moving my tracking device over to get some space. And I'm sliding my microphone into the space that has generated that, so that there is nothing in the way of the screen. Not that I was really missing anything meaningful, but it's still nice to have nothing blocking the way. Trisha baby, please don't try to cross over. Please lay down. Okay. Frank Breaker, formerly a Bureau agent. Interesting. And that's the 1970s incident, which is before the events of Alan Wake. Okay. I assume somewhere else in this room are more things that will tell me about more events that I know about on account of having played that game. I need the satisfaction. I'm not turning off immortality, but I'll turn off one. I'll turn off that. I wish Shadow was upgraded better for this, but
You are pretty rough on the eyes.
I need the satisfaction of holding a shotgun to his head until it goes click. I see. One last trick up its sleeve, huh? Let me just do... Nope, let me do this. Right, I forgot I don't one-hit kill things anymore. On account of I turned that off. Okay, please pick up the goddamn... Thank you. Thank you. You have correctly found the safe zone. Good job, boy. Let's see. What are the cubes in that one?
Hartman won't be a problem anymore, Langston. But investigations need someone to run it. Interested?
I've seen what happens to sector heads.
Fair.
Ma'am, I'm getting something on my terminal here, an AWE alert from Bright Falls, Washington. But it might be a glitch. The date's all wrong, a couple of years in the future. And we're in lockdown.
Ma'am, it seems like a game Alan Wake 2 is gonna come out one year. I'm getting a notification of that.
Lockdown? Are there agents on site?
Let me check. Agent Estevez is the field agent in charge of monitoring the site, so she should be there to let us know if the situation has been through any major changes.
Unless I'm still intervening in that within this DLC, which I guess is possible, but I feel like at some point this must swap over to the Alan Wake 2 promo, but I'm not sure when.
Things set in motion. If the alarm's true, then so is the reason for the alarm. The effect must follow the cause. It's happening again. I'll return. You have been warned.
Damn.
This must be where they studied Hartman. Kind of looks like Dylan's cell. I wonder if they treated him as bad.
I hope so. Okay, I'm gonna read these. Hell yeah, Zawis. There you go. Position multiple motion sensor cameras. That's great. Fucking rigged up a like Ghost Hunter setup. Hey man, how's it going? Having spent days God. Drinking like homebrewed moonshine, which explicitly is framed as being strong for days, sounds like it would bring you places. Possible ref to Norse. Yeah, you think? You think the guys named after Norse gods who've had a week-long binge might be doing a Norse gods thing? Okay, what else is that? Okay, so I guess that is the same Alan Wake 2 then. Alright, let's finish looking around this room for shit. And then I guess grind out. I might take another quick stretch break, but then I'll just grind out remaining collectibles, achievements, and shit. And see where that puts me. Ow. Oh, I should also turn combat back off before I forget. Fully back off, I mean. And I guess I blew the shit out of it, but I feel like this is not like that faithful of a reproduction of the lodge.
These are the notes of Dr. Emil Hartman. I am continuing my work alone again since certain parties were too blind to recognize a golden opportunity. Despite my generous offers, the conversation stayed strong. I value collaboration as I do. Though I believe now that it was for the best. The sort of bold...
Oh, I listened to this one already, never mind. I thought that was a different one. I guess I can also look up like where you find the high-level materials I need so I can finally cross that weapon off. Because I don't think completing Shatter is going to be necessary for full completion, but it might just drive me insane if I can't find like one material I need to get that locked out. Okay, one Airborne Ranger, hidden locations. Okay. Aurora, you are welcome to pull up a guide for this if you want, but I might also pull up my own one to find the remaining hidden locations. And I guess I'm not going to worry. Actually, no, I probably will worry about the remaining collectibles too, but I need to at least do the... I'd like to do the hidden locations first. I'm trying to put a browser onto a useful screen. About those in a second. Oh, there's so many. Oh, this is full game, I think. That explains why there's so many. Don't want this. Ooh, an optional puzzle, you say? I'll worry about that in a second. Got that one. Got that one. Did not get this one. I don't... It's not critical, but I don't currently have my chat on screen if that comes up. So I wanted to have the guide on a bigger screen so I could see it.
Director Faden here. I need a ranger dispatched to my position.
I see. Cam's knocked over. I still need to track down the vending machines. Oh yeah, that's one of my hidden achievements, I guess. It's fascinating that the hidden achievement that I got progress on, or I think I got progress on for the vending machines, is just not showing on account of being hidden. But I'll worry about that in a second. Eagle Limited fast travel point. You. Is there a way to open? Reading this guide correctly, it is implying I should actually be able to get through this door, which I would love to know how to make that happen. It says walk a bit west, which... Oof. Interesting. I'm trying to determine if the thing this guide's describing is a thing I did already or not. It is currently unclear to me. I heard you before.
Reminder.
Yeah. It's the rule of 3 one, I think. Did I break this again? No, I didn't. Nope, and I've been in there. Next room, okay. Damn. If they just generally don't want you taking those between areas, which understandable. I was gonna just do it this way, but. I have such a fascination with pneumatic interoffice mail systems. I don't know we necessarily should bring this back. I feel like with some tweaking, emails do have a lot of advantages, even with the disadvantages, but also that seems really cool, and I want to be in an environment where I have to deal with a pneumatic mail system. It sounds cool as hell. I think I've just been in this room before. Trying to understand how to get to this area the guide is suggesting exists. It said break windows, but I think I misunderstood which window it meant to break. Mostly because I'm doing the guide like backwards, because I've already gone through this section. Jesus. Seeing is overrated. Supposed to be another one in here somewhere. There you are. Okay, shifted offices. There's apparently a reference to Swift platform around here somewhere, but I don't know if I care enough to find it. I might care enough to find it, I'm not sure. I kind of feel like I want to, but I also don't know if it's going to be worth the trouble to do it. Yeah, I guess that bottom turntable's okay. So it's supposed to be close to. Yeah, I'll take a second to try to find this reference, provided I can find my way out of this sub-room. Oh God, please, not like this. Oh, no. Mantling is fake in my enemy. How do I turn it on? Thank you. Good. Swift platform was a good bet. And that one's done. Okay, apparently my guide for secret places ends in telling you where the secret puzzle is, so I will try to not read ahead too much while I'm still trying to at least encounter the puzzle. Given my track record of puzzling this game, I imagine I probably will just have to be guided through it, but I will worry about that once I get there, and after I've taken a look at the thing. need 4 for another ability, right? 4. Oh, I can get that one. 4 and 4. Guessed wrong. Figured it was 50-50, that was backwards or forwards, and I guessed incorrectly. Right, I guess towards the turntable would be the direction I would want to go if I was trying to get towards the turntable. It looks like the place I want is through here. Or, well... Can I listen to this?
Okay. We're gonna try this one more time.
What I actually meant was here. Easy. Okay. Hello. Nice. I love that these guys are all just playing the game that... I guess it wasn't specified that the game kills you if you die in it. It is specified you have to, like, win to get out. But I guess everyone's like, alright, yeah, this is fun. I'm fine risking my life at work because I'm bored. This seems like a place a clock would be. You know if this is in the normal map or not. I guess we'll find out. Okay, this is just... I see. Alright, let's pause here for a second while I look at this guide and understand things written in it. Being poked in the eye by my hairs again, or something. I think you should have done more to that guy besides leave with pay. If you just beat the shit out of a fellow agent. Fascinating. 11 rooms are sideways. Like I was saying, if you're gonna use Surge to blow this up, get out of the room first so you don't like damage yourself. But thankfully, I'm indestructible, so I'm gonna just do that. Very low resolution for a second. Trisha is very intrigued by this, and the fact that it's moving. Okay, I can set a clock to different times. That's my first piece of information. What other information do I have? $125. So I'm putting OBS back on screen while I'm trying to tease this out. Again, still possible, I'll just need to look up what the answer is, but for the moment, I'll try to solve it. Oh, I didn't mean to throw that. Oh, it's only an hour hand. Only a single hand, I guess, at any rate. It did do something when I stopped it at 1. It made a noise. Trisha's tilting her head. Okay. So what has that done for me? I wouldn't assume anything this far out is relevant to the puzzle. But also my usual heuristic of look around where the puzzle is to see what you're meant to do with the puzzle kind of, why is this not working? Kind of fails when there's nothing in the room to look at besides a clock. I'm hearing a lot of like ambient ticking noise, but it also is not necessarily useful to me. Can I just like go look at the rest of the map to see if something's changed somewhere? That feels a bit cruel. Like, my only thought is like it relates to like the turntables or something, but that seems preposterous. All I really intuited off the page is that clock involves doing something in some other location, but I don't know that I intentionally did not read enough to see what it said, and also I don't know that I have a good lead on what. Trisha, baby, I need you to not stand directly in front of the TV. I'm not sure I have a good... I'm just going to look up what the answer is. I don't understand this. Oh, is it? Is it the order of the things on the sundial in Alan Wake at the Bright Falls, what's the word I want? The Lodge. I'm trying to find a fucking picture of it, but I can't find it quickly enough to prove my point. Trisha, please. Okay, that guess seems incorrect. Never mind. Oh, I will do the answer. I don't understand how you would arrive at this, but I guess it's not my problem. No, wrong way. I'm going to assume that reset also, so let's go back to the start. Nope. Okay. I thought it was click. It is press F. Sure. Seems normal, seems fine. Fuck, I'm gonna have to look up what the vending machines are, aren't I? Also here, now that I've solved the puzzle, I'm going to put OBS once again on screen. Sorry for accompanying lag spike. Can I really not? Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Gotta do some inventory management. Ooh, that's one of the, I might have just deleted some of these earlier, but this is the first time I've ever noticed in, fuck, what are the words? A unique mod. You mentioned Aurora, that they existed at some point, or someone did, and then I never saw one, ever. So I guess now I have seen some. Also, they are marked a little differently. Neat. I see.
The Valhalla Nursing Home, founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson for their twilight years.
I see. Can I hear more on that, Mr. Wake?
The Valhalla Nursing Home, founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson of the Old Gods of Asgard fame for their twilight years. Built after the Return Comeback tour, flip-flopped to be their farewell tour. Cut short, canceled, to the chagrin of their agent Barry Wheeler. Wheeler had managed to coax a couple of hit songs out of them before that.
Like, for the twilight years, like, those were already old men when I knew them, and this is like years afterwards. It's like, okay, now they're for real retiring.
Like their namesakes.
Fucking 150-year-old men are finally really retiring.
The air was thick with smoke. Wheeler squinted. His migraine flared. Booze and drugs. A rock and roll cliche. They ran off after.
It's not the only cliche for rock and roll heavy drug use.
The craziest after parties. The Andersons were so old. Vampires. Princes of fucking darkness.
Vampires, you say?
After every gig and the rampaging party that followed, it took them weeks to bounce back. And they never did completely. Each time Wheeler expected them to croak. It was that bad. After the third gig, Wheeler couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't stomach the idea of another client dropping dead on him. Wheeler canceled.
You chose to represent old men, Wheeler. Like, come on, man.
After the Old Gods comeback tour was canceled,
Aww.
Wheeler set up a foundation with the money from the
Welcome back, I guess.
Greatest Hits album and the gigs. A lot of money. Wheeler was good at his job. Wheeler set up the nursing home facility. The old men deserved it.
So is the framing, is this just telling the player information about those old men, which is cool? Or is this, like, implying that Alan, like, wrote this into existence? Because, like, they're using the same framing device as when he does that, and it's kind of unclear whether it's commentary or, you know, world shaping. I suppose it could be either. Wait, what? So did I finish here or what? I didn't realize that was an exit to the room. I thought that was just a next step. I mean, I guess it gave me some information, but... Wait, do I have to go back in? Oh, I guess that was it. That's... I feel like it kind of threw me out of there pretty abruptly. That's unfortunate, but whatever. Okay, time to look at these fucking hidden achievements. One's vending machines, I know that much. Excuse me? We gotta go kill Tomasi, I guess. We'll deal with that in a second. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Okay, we'll set that up in a second. Okay, and I gotta look at the fucking vending machines too. I'm not gonna do... I'll do all of them. I'll kill them all. I'll find them all. Alright, let me pull this guide up to the top and see what other nonsense I'm missing. So I'm just gonna read what other stuff below. Okay, I guess that was all there was in that side room. That was neat. It just felt a bit abrupt, I guess. I just expect to kind of like accidentally stumble out of it. Ooh, there is a side quest I missed. Return to sender. Oh, he's in here somewhere? Then I guess not. I thought that was like the base game fight and I just like fucked it up somehow. Do you know which turntable he's meant to be by? Because I straight up never saw that man. I also gotta work my way out to a fast travel point anyway, so I'll try to set that up. Oh, and I did fight. I think so, maybe. I only recall fighting him the first time, I guess, is what I mean. Like, in the mailroom. Unless I'm mixing up my guys, which is possible. If you fight him a second time, it's entirely possible I did miss that, but I guess I'll look into that in a second, once I'm finished doing this other stuff. Okay, return to sender. Actually, not that far from it, I don't think, but I might as well warp somewhere less. Oh, I am pretty far from it, I lied. Wrong shifted passage. I guess the loading bay is the closest one to this. Incorrect. Oh, hello.
A chain letter. I remember these. Mom used to say they were evil. Better do what it says. You know.
Just in case. I
mean,
in the fucking
copy around here.
In the oldest house of all places, you probably do have to do the chain letter, which sucks, but it's the job. Ooh. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, let me put that quest on.
This certainly feels familiar.
Of course. I need to have a pill. Take your medicine if you need to. Please. Out of the... There you go. Trish is upset at me for reasons unknown to me. He's going to tell me about it in stringent terms. I need to stop crossing my legs the way I do. Okay, not work smarter enough. Oh, incorrect. Let's try it again. Oh wait, this is the wrong explosive gun. I'm confusing my explosive guns with each other. I would have been very entertained if I got that legitimately. I'm upset that I didn't think about that. Like, it's still fun to get it now, but if I discovered that naturally in play, I would have been so happy. Oh, mantling is real and my friend. No, baby, no, keep moving, hon. Keep moving. Thank you. Hi, baby. Meow. Give me an indignant meow.
That's 1 cent.
Thank you, babe. Rude. Why is that called transit terminal? It's not... Just label the fast travel points what they are on the map so I can find anything. Please.
Two down, 1 to go.
My choice of mail delivery on this one. Actually, I guess this would have been a faster fast travel point, and it will be a faster fast travel point out. Oh, they also don't give you any indication of what the chain letter says. You just fill in your own mind of mail 3 copies or the love of your life will kill you at midnight or whatever the fuck. I've not seen that variety of spam for a very long time. We only have worse kinds now, so the art of it is a bit lost on me. Or the ability to mimic it on demand for comedy is limited for me. Oh, wrong explosive again.
And that's 3. That should take care of any bad karma or whatever. But how did that first letter get in here? I wonder if I could track it to the source.
Now that's thinking like a director.
guess I should just follow the tube.
I love to follow tube.
So you're the one sending out spam mail. And that takes care of that. No more superstitious blackmail.
Nice. Vending machines. Killing vending machines. That's why I had this open. Oh. So I'm grabbing the wrong window from off screen. I need to put this. No! I see the problem. My browser window is not full screen, so I keep grabbing Discord behind it by accident. Oh, this is not what I want. Hey, do you know the references to Alan Wake in this DLC? Are these just like randomly distributed? Because I could imagine that, but I would love any. Okay, so vending machines are just, okay, so it's just vending machines. I can't tell if these are deterministic or not, it's unclear. Whatever, I will read the 6 locations specified in this guide and see if that gets me 100% or not. I know the achievement also only is 80%, but hopefully I can get all of them. Some rare materials while I'm at it. Abandoned offices. I think this guide might just be listing every vending machine location, and any one of those could be the Mimic. I think I'll run through all these once, and then I might just force load this area. It does something like you have to actually go to main menu and back, like you can't just fast travel to force it, but I am fine just sitting here save loading until I get it. I will do little grinding without complaining about it too much. I'll be all free here though. I see. Okay. Operations Center, which is actually active investigations and then turned around. Second floor walkway outside the control room. Aha! On the opposite hallway. Okay, so there's one there and there's two on the other side. Actually, this might be the fastest one to reload, honestly. I also don't know if I necessarily need to. I guess one of the things I should do... Okay, so that's that done. And that means I'm only missing Kill Tomasi, which I'm going to have to look up and see if I've just bugged or something. But I'll deal with that in a second. Oh. Interesting. So I guess I just didn't talk to Emily at the right moment. Trisha, baby, move, please. Okay. She's upset that she can't be in front of me. Right, I wanted to see if I actually want to look up the shatter upgrade shit also. See if I can finally get that knocked out. Remote thought farm control. Normal shit to say. Oh, okay, so they tell you... Let me menu successfully for a moment. Ah, okay, I see. I never noticed that it tells you where you find it. Well, let's take a diversion to deal with that real quick, and then we'll go talk to Emily. Where... Oh. Look at that question mark area that I just never got to. That seems like what's related to... Okay, since I'm going to containment anyways, and apparently that's where I need to go. Let's talk to Emily first, and then loop back around. No, Aurora, you want to be close and yelling at me. I understand. I accept this about you. I should be able to fly in this room. Wrong room.
Staff process a lot of data. Maybe it just...
There haven't been any his sightings in the Ocean View Motel. Could survivors be hiding inside?
I hear you have a side quest for me.
Jesse, good to see you. We've got Dylan situated in his containment cell like you asked. I've got medical staff running tests as we speak, and I'd be happy to walk you through the details later. Other than that, what's next?
With the slide projector turned off, the hiss are shut out, but we're stuck with the ones already here. We can't lift the lockdown until they're all eradicated. If any hiss ever got out, that would be the end of everything.
Well, eliminating them all will take time. Look, I'll do what I can on my end, but my research is progressing slower than I'd like.
I think I can help with that. I am making you the head of research, effective immediately. I want you to use everything the Bureau has, every resource, every confidential scrap of data, and find a way to keep the hiss out for good.
That's... Really? I mean...
Yeah, babe, you deserve it.
Yes.
I should not be calling her babe as director, but I'm gonna do it anyways, because I want
Besides,
to.
I didn't really have anyone else lined up.
I'm honored, Jesse, really. Thank you.
Okay, that was fun and all, but that was not the thing I meant to talk to you about.
Remember Mr. Tomasi, the head of communications? The hiss he was changed into showed up in containment, near the turntable.
I'll take care of it. That thing's not getting away this time.
I didn't realize he got away.
About his particular use of language and intonation when repeating the hiss babbling, the biological and behavioral distinctions between different hiss-corrupted individuals is truly fascinating. I wonder if I could categorize the data.
And she's already off on her own thing.
Hell yes. Okay, I'm also swapping screens so I can see my chat again, in case there's more nonsense in it. You're mowing at me. I figured there's nonsense in it.
How do you feel about me taking over as director?
You act like it just happened. You've been director since we first met, remember? I am still thrilled. Nothing's changed. Not for me. But the Bureau has
still
changed.
no heterosexual
French
explanation
and
for this.
Darling are gone. Their knowledge, anything not written down, disappeared with them. They knew the Bureau better than anyone.
They're the Bureau's past, Emily. We won't operate like they did. We'll learn from their mistakes. We'll be better than they ever were.
Hell yes.
We won't ever be like them.
Hell yes.
When the hiss got into my head, I saw some weird things. I think Darling even spoke to me. Does that make any sense to you?
Empirically, no, but...
I'm sorry to belatedly reply to what you said, Aurora, but I just straight up never remembered that area was there, that I hadn't cleared.
Considering the forces that Dr. Darling was working with...
Like, I just never noticed that empty section after beating the game.
Physically or otherwise.
And that doesn't upset you?
Oh, very. And the fact that he hid those forces from me? It's infuriating. But Darling's dream was always to look beyond our reality. This time he may have taken a step too far, but as long as his consciousness can perceive his surroundings, I'm sure he's loving it.
Maybe Darling
got turned into a Toland. Fuck.
Fuck that. I'm not a child. Like, don't just assume I'm gonna consider something morally repugnant.
Which it all was.
Which it all was, of course.
Damn.
How is Dylan?
The same. I can't detect any his activity, but his physiology has certainly been altered by it. And I can't tell if his brain activity is genuine or simply the aftermath of the hiss, like spasms. Dylan could wake up tomorrow for all I know. I really can't say.
Then I just have to wait for him. That's fair. He waited a long time for me.
Don't worry. We'll be monitoring him round the clock. If he wakes up, we'll be ready. I don't mean that in a hostile way, just... well, you know.
I hear you. My brother isn't exactly...
I hear you. I'm listening. I understand your
I hope
concerns.
one day he'll have the chance to change that.
Girl boss Phaeton.
So, there was a moment after Hedron died that I couldn't feel my powers. The hiss got into my head. Just for a moment.
Keep
That
moving. You
explains
can't
the
lay down
HRA
there.
outage. Before we knew what was happening,
Okay,
the
over
hiss
here, baby.
had us.
There you go.
They were in my head. I saw
She's so
terrible things.
upset at me.
I mean, I was about to go under forever when the hiss was pushed back. The HRAs had come back on. Dylan vanished afterwards, and we fought off the hiss that came after him. So if Hedron's death knocked out the HRAs, that means there must be a new local source we need to relay, which I'm guessing must be...
Me.
you. Hedron is dead, assuming that word is
Strong Dom energy.
his life form. But whatever it awakened in you, the power you call Polaris, is still active. Or at least, that's what my instruments are telling me.
I don't think we're ever gonna understand all of this. And I'm okay with that. I'm just glad you're here with me.
That's good to know. Thanks, Emily. I found Dylan attacking the astral plane and the board. What was he hoping to accomplish?
Huh. Since they arrived, Hiss have been corrupting objects of power, which have an inherent link to the astral plane. Maybe their goal was to access the astral plane and the board itself.
That still doesn't tell us why.
His motives are a difficult thing to work out, but I have been digging through confidential files and noticed a strange gap in knowledge regarding the board. Looks like any data on them has either been deleted or was never gathered in the first place.
Then maybe it's time someone looked into that.
Could do the Foundation
Maybe
DLC,
it is.
perhaps. Okay. If you're going to put your paws in the way, I'm going to touch them. That's what happens.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
That's right.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Sorry, ma'am. I took them. Darling asked for
Okay, so I go to the obvious. Well, actually, here, let me put that quest on that. And it sounds like archives. Just the one cat. Unless you're counting the one sitting in this chair, but the one other cat, the one you heard, probably, is just a single cat. I'm gonna go to turntable at some point, but I'm trying to find what this person on this other guide meant as far as where I find this material that I need. Archives. Actually, since we're going to get in a fight anyways, let's just go to a turntable and do the thing, and maybe I'll get enough of the material that I want. Transit quarters south, maybe, is what I want. Mod status effects are shown above the health bar. That seems fine. Why does it always look like this in here? I don't know, it's been a minute. Hello. Rock.
There. I guess the Bureau should start looking for a new head of communications.
Yay! Okay. Space dodecahedron. Oh, what's your story?
You're listening to America Overnight, now in our 29th year, lifting the veil between fiction and reality. Thank you for staying up with us. I've been getting a lot of calls about this meteor in Sterling, Colorado. There were reports of a large spherical container that crash-landed in a field outside town. Some government people reportedly took it away. Now, we happen to broadcast from Colorado, and Sterling isn't far. I drove down myself to check it out with members of the America Overnight team. I don't need to tell you, it wasn't long before we found pieces of metal debris scattered in a field. Listeners, this is yet another instance of an unidentified flying object, or UFO, entering our airspace and crashing. That the government took away the evidence under cover of darkness only compounds the fact that these are more than likely visitors from beyond our planet, or dare I say, solar system. Head on over to our website to see pictures of the spacecraft pieces we uncovered. And while you're doing that, our sponsors would like your ear. America Overnight will be right back.
I see. Is there a hiss around here somewhere still, or is that just unrelated random noise? Is this rock making noises at me? I can't quite tell. I don't think there's anything else to be found in here, at least. Okay. I need to go to a fast travel point, upgrade my gun, see what else I need for the gun, and consider the other upgrade thing, and then I guess I have... Unless I want to hunt down all lore stuff, which I express an interest to do, but I think I might not actually care enough to do. I might just wrap, I don't know.
I'm the only one who knows what really happened in Orton.
Since I'm here and I've already engaged a fight, we'll do a fight, but this is not actually the way I meant to go.
Maybe I'll write it all down. A full disclosure.
Can always use some more remote thought. Actually, I guess south out of here is probably still the fastest way to a control point. Kidding me. Where do I get corrupted samples? Oh, I should also go talk to Emily at some point. Looking at a 5-year-old thread where a bunch of people from more recent than that are saying thank you for making this thread and where to find this material. We go north and try to force more enemy spawns. Apparently I want to go into the mold pit if I want to get whatever the other material is, because it's found from mold people. And since I've already done all that quest, the only place they reliably spawn is in the pit. Which, fine, I can do that. Oh. Hey, babe. Thanks for hanging out. I don't remember how this section even works. It's been a minute. A reflexive hatred of every vending machine at this point. Oh, okay, so I do want to take this elevator. Map has failed me once again. I guess it does say literally right here what floor you're on. Combat, 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 combat. Trying to will combat to happen for once in my life. You... No, not good. I assume I have missed a bunch of collectibles in the base game, but yeah, not gonna try that hard to chase this down. Combat, 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 combat.
How many cases like ordinary are there? How many AWE research areas are waiting in forgotten sectors? I'll need to look into them once the hiss has been dealt with.
Fair. Okay, we can go speak to Emily real quick. Oh, hello. Speaking of things I've missed. I think I've missed a few different AWE stage pages that are just in this room somewhere, presumably. God, how was I in this room? And I guess it's because it's on the top of the cabinet, but still. Wild. Ooh. I guess actually, no, the mold pit's in research. Never mind. So I won't be able to get remote thought from it.
We gotta be methodical. Clean out every. I heard you closed the Hiss portal, or.
It didn't occur to me all these guys would have dialogue for me now.
So, what's next for Simon Arish?
Well, first off, I'm banning all slide projectors. That's it. Seriously, though, we need to review our protocols. Research should not be making decisions that endanger the entire Bureau.
Fair.
The entire fucking world without some serious oversight.
I think Pope would agree. Certain people in the Bureau have been working in the shadows for too long.
And I'd like to make these HRAs part of the mandatory Bureau uniform.
Sure.
Not stylish, but better safe than sorry.
I don't think anyone will complain. Not after this.
So I'm getting distracted by computer real quick. Okay, computer distraction. Well, almost over. I'm going to put this back on screen. Oop.
What are your thoughts on me serving as director?
Well, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Trench was fine, but well, you pulled us back from the brink. So. Well, I'm honored to serve, ma'am. I mean, fuck, shit. Phaeton. Sorry.
He'll get it one day.
I like Arish.
So, what's the situation in my bureau, Arish?
The situation is we are still up to our eyes in Hiss. Not to mention the months of repairs it's gonna take just to get this place up and running again.
But is it doable?
Of course it is. You just might need to tell some rangers to grab a wrench once they're done hunting Hiss.
Did anyone ever mention to you that Darling was using the slide projector?
Salvador never did, but I doubt he even knew. Look, I'm well aware that it's our job to study and contain the things that we don't understand, but some of the things that Darling did were way outside of our mission statement. Look, these things are not toys, and acting like they are is only ever gonna end one way. At least Pope seems to understand that.
Well, it's secure now. No one can reach it without my say-so.
Well, thank Christ for that.
Marshall's been missing for a while now. Any ideas where she could be?
The last time I saw her was in maintenance when I was leading the Rangers out of the Atlas. Yeah, I told her it wasn't safe, but she said she had to go check on something.
Did you ask where she was going?
She went to the Foundation DLC.
Marshall is not the kind of person you question. Kind of intimidating, you know? But, she was by herself. If that helps at all.
Not really, but thanks. Hopefully she turns up.
Unfortunately.
I'll see you later.
Marshall's cool as hell. I miss her. I also should go talk to,
Parasitic entities I asked for.
I found a couple of relevant files.
Containment Man
I'd have to dig
outside of his DLC. See if he has any new endgame dialogue for me. I assume he has some.
Then go see if any ranger squads are available for a file retrieval mission.
Alright, order these.
I took care of the Tomasi problem. Sorry, I forget he was a coworker.
Don't apologize. That wasn't the real Tomasi. He died when the hiss got him.
You're right.
Practical.
I just didn't want to be insensitive.
Sentimentality is a weakness in situations like these, Jesse.
Damn.
Bureau 101.
I don't think Emily's in danger of being called sentimental.
Ooh, 3 ability points.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Slide projector requires a slide to dimensional doorway, which is the object of power. This
Maybe I will get the full skill tree unlocked after all, at this rate. Do I need what? Scaling on these is fascinating, but apparently, yeah, 1 more for that. So 9 more? That's how math works, yes. The fact that I have 1 would imply to me that, well, I guess, It feels so close to being able to do the full tree, and like the fact that I have 1 left over makes me really think you can get enough to unlock all these. But I guess I'm very curious where those last skill points are lurking, if that's the case. Still need a remote thought. Still need this. Let's go to research and try to get this. Research. Hit. I should also just thoroughly, here. Oh, on my way out, I should look at the map again just to double check if there's any other secret, or not secret, but like question mark areas that I just assumed I would get to before the end of the game and have not gotten and could now get. Isn't there? Is this the way out after the fight? Did I pick the wrong exit? I remember this being the boss fight room, but I'm trying to remember how I got from the top, presumably. Okay, so this is not the fast travel point I wanted. Well, I can do the other thing I was going to do, which is check for stuff on the map. Let's start from the top. That's complete. That is complete. That is complete. guess I'm just making the assumption that if there's not question mark spots, I found everything of notice at this point. If there's some like small secret hidden somewhere that's not like a big important meaningful side quest, then whatever. Mold. Once again, asking for mold men combat for the first time in my life. After hating the combat all the other times, I finally need to farm this. Nope. I don't exactly remember the name of the thing I need, but I remember it not being Astral Blip. Actually, this is an NPC that might have lines and I've beaten the game. Do you have anything new to tell me?
Do you need something?
Will the mold be under control anytime soon?
We were barely containing it with weakly controlled burns. Just look at how it has spread after a few days of non-interference. It's beyond the threshold now.
Sure is.
The floodgates are open.
Sure are.
So that's a no.
Americans.
Come on.
I assume you'll be staying with us until the mold is eradicated.
Indeed. Until I find a permanent resolution to this pesky fungus business, I'll be here. Perhaps even beyond that, seeing as you are quite understaffed at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Though I hardly have a say in my own comings or goings. Your oldest house won't open the exits until those hiss monstrosities are cleared out.
Glad to have you along for the ride. With Darling gone, I'm putting Emily Pope in charge of the research sector. Are you okay with that?
Perfectly. You have pulled Excalibur from the stone, and now decree as you see fit, O Queen.
Sounds like you have a problem with it.
Meritocracy we live in.
Glad to hear it.
Like the subtext of that makes it sound like Underhill wants to be director, but I also am pretty sure Underhill does not, in fact, want to be department head. Like, she wants to do her fucking mold research in peace, but she's gonna be a bitch about it, I guess.
I had a dream. Or something like one. Darling was there. He told me something, but I can't remember what. I think he's gone.
Right. Well, he's never where one expects him to be, is he?
I like that bit of genuine emotion from her.
Finally stop writing these tedious reports.
Like she's coding it, but she was hurt for a second. You can tell.
Can you tell him I hope he found what he was looking for.
I'll try.
I should be getting back to work.
I like Underhill. Even if she's a pain in my ass also.
Dr. Underhill, if you please.
That's fair. Not a big titles person generally, but yes, doctor is something you work your ass off for. Like, I have every right to be pedantic about, I'm a fucking doctor, please call me doctor. But not even please, call me fucking doctor, I worked off my ass for it.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain.
Was that the one I wanted? I guess we'll see. Once I get to a fast travel point, I'll check if that was what I needed. I not found this? Huh. Wild. Oh no. Balloon that kills dogs in a hospital. Jesus. Great. Oh, these get really expensive too. I never expected to really do much with this system, but I was just gonna upgrade it for kicks. But the fact that it like requires like these really rare things to grind out, I think I will not engage with that more. I might just go up there. Oh, the prompt for this was lined up perfectly on his hand, and I was like, oh, there's something on that dummy over there to go look at, but no. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap. I will figure out over the weekend, or at least by like Monday, Tuesday, what I'm going to play next week. I have a few things in mind, but I'll figure it out. I would like to not play Hitman on the Wednesday stream, so we'll see what I settle on there of the various things I have on deck. And yeah, despite whining about puzzle elements a lot, like I have overall loved Control, and like the vibes are immaculate and a lot of the stuff. Actually, no, well, I guess most of that speech can stand, but I realize I really do need to go talk to Langston real quick to see if he has anything funny to say. So I'll let that I'm about to show off the stream speech hang in the air while I go stretch this out a little bit longer. Oh, those archives are what that person meant. Okay.
All this paranatural power contained in one place is a risk.
Sure is.
Makes me wonder what other dangers are locked away inside the Bureau.
Is our presence reassuring?
What? No. Yes. Stop it.
I love these two so much.
Hello, ma'am. I heard about your little tussle over in Nostalgia. So, good house cleaning and things will get back to normal, right? Right? I mean, our normal, anyway.
Can I get a situation report for the sector?
Whew, okay, we still have to perform a proper inventory of the cells. Lord knows how many altered items snuck out during all this. Staffing. We definitely lost some people. Gonna have to hit those college career fairs, am I right? Huh.
Yeah, man.
Hard to imagine the FBC at job fairs.
The Hiss are still tearing up the place faster than we can fix it, but the containment sector is stable-ish.
Considering the alternative, I'm happy with stable-ish.
Okay.
Any thoughts on me serving as director? I know it was a sudden change.
Oh, no complaints so far. Trench was all secrets, lots of meetings behind closed doors. You seem much more approachable. But if I can give you some advice, ma'am, keep a grip on who you are. I've been here a long time, and I don't know if it's the job or this place, but people change here, and not for the better.
I'll try to keep my head on straight.
Nothing straight about that woman.
Will you stay on after things calm down, Langston?
Are you asking if I'm quitting? Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not having some mid-level agent make a mess of my panopticon. Plus, I'm racking up serious overtime after this lockdown. Just don't take too long clearing out the hiss. My cat gets separation.
Aww.
I'll do what I can. He must have gotten a pet sitter.
Who could say?
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
And that's Control. Yeah. Stream ending for real now, and I'll be back Wednesday with something, and Friday with something else. Bye.